Should have 5, huh? Oh, Patrick stepped out for a second. Okay.
Board members, please log into Board Docs for the special meeting. And then we'll have to log out and log back in for the cow.
Okay, everybody log in now. Okay. Patrick Martin just came back. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, board members. Good afternoon, people inside of the public, inside of this room today. Now I'll call this meeting to order Thursday, July 16, 2021. This will be our special meeting about our budget. As we begin this meeting, we will start off with an invocation and a pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be led by School Board Member Mark Ballou, and the pledge of allegiance will be led by School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Heavenly Father, as we continue with the important task of approving a budget, we are reminded how fortunate we are to have so many passionate and caring people in our community. Help us to grow closer as a group. We ask that you guide our efforts to keep them productive and remind us that all we accomplish is for the greater glory of you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Moving right along, we'll now go to our call to order and roll call. Madam Secretary.
District 2, President Lannis.
Present.
District 3, Vice President Powell. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart. District 5, Mr. Lewis. District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Kennison.
Here.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we go into our first votable item for consideration, I must address our public as well as our board. Last week, during public comments, a comment was made that was drawn to our attention. What I want to be very clear about on behalf of our board is anything that incites violence inside of our schools, anything that toys or plays around with the idea of inciting violence inside of our schools, absolutely and cannot be tolerated, which in SF we're talking about employees, students, or anyone in between, even if it's parents, even if it's community members. There can be no type of insight or no type of communication that takes place inside of this boardroom or any properties of East Baton Rouge Parish that incites such a thing. Last week, a comment was made, and because of that comment, now, and I won't say the person's name, obviously, but due to that comment, someone is now under investigation. And I just want to be very, very clear to please be conscious and aware of what you say when you are on the mic, and always try to be respectful and speak germane to the topic. So I'll just stop there and we'll move right along. First item for consideration tonight, we have item B1, budget selection. Can I get a motion?
Just a point of order. What's the process we're going to use for selecting the budget?
I will turn to council.
I believe the process, since no other one is put forward, would be the standard process for moving an item, which would be a motion with a second, public comment, and then a vote to approve.
Yes. So in essence of that, School Board Member Ballou, what we're going to do is we're going to also have some dialogue amongst our board as well as the community before we make those selections. So I just wanted to be clear about that. And we will follow the standard parliamentary procedures tonight as we flow through all of these agenda items, not just for the special meeting, but also for the meeting concluding. So again, on the floor right now, we have a B1 item for consideration, budget selection. We need a motion and a second to move forward.
I'll make a motion that we narrow the selection down to option 2 and option 4.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from School Board Member Mark Ballou to narrow options 2 and options 4 tonight from the selection of 4. And we have a second by School Board Member Ms. Shoshone Stewart. Okay, I'll go to the queue. I see my name inside. I shouldn't be in there. At this time, I see no school board members inside of the queue. Okay. All right. Seeing no names, we will now turn to the public. If there's anyone in the public that wants to comment on the 2 selections that were chosen out of the 4 selections, please fill out a comment card, give it to Madam Secretary, and she will proceed to bring it to me, and I will call you to the mic. Okay, please fill out the pink cards. You okay for tonight? That's okay, that's okay. But pink cards, please, okay? First we have, please forgive me if I mispronounce your first name wrong.
Won't be first, won't be last. Jarrett.
Jarrett, okay. Ms. Jarrett Guidry.
Hi, my name is Jarrett Guidry. I'm short, sorry. I'm here. I teach in East Baton Rouge Parish School System, but I'm also here representing the East Baton Rouge Federation of Teachers. I am in support of narrowing it down to these 2 options of the 4, preferably number 4, because I think that has a better chance of becoming a long-term pay raise, which is the ultimate goal, but 2 is a nice compromise. So thank you, and I just wish you to support it.
Thank you, Ms. Guidry. All right. At this time, I'll call to see if there is anyone else that wants to make a public comment before we go back to our board. Please fill out a pink comment card inside of the hallway. Okay, seeing no comments at this time, we will now come back to our board. I will now enter the queue really quickly. And what I'll just say is, since last week, we've had several discussions, not only with leadership, but also amongst our board. One of the decisions that I chose to make was, after hearing all of the comments and concerns at last week's special meeting, we made some modifications to option 4. The classifications that cover option 4 now are the same classifications for option 2 and option 3. So I just wanted I want to be clear amongst the board who, if anybody hasn't had a chance or an opportunity to look at those new options, I just wanted to be very clear that that was a modification change that was made. Okay? All right, next we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
Thank you, President Lanus. I had a question for the superintendent, just a kind of a procedural question. Right before the meeting, I think several of us received an email from an employee of the system. Obviously, all of the employees of the system are greatly affected by the budget decisions that we make, expressing concern because this meeting was starting at 4 o'clock. Which is still within the duty hours of many of the employees, particularly the employees that are still working during the summer. So would they be required to take leave to come talk and express an opinion to the board, or was this communicated to them how they should participate in this?
There was no communication to folks, but since we are in summer hours, unless they can come to board meetings, it would not count against them to come to the board meeting. But we don't technically have any school going on right now, but unless you are a part of after school community programs, so it's a much easier schedule for people to attend. So if there is a board, an employee concerned about that, please notify us, but there would not be any penalty for that at all.
Okay. Thank you very much, Superintendent.
However, if you don't mind, that's a really good question, and I want to actually turn to council. I'm sorry, I'm not inside of the queue, but I want to turn to council. Because we do have the option of extending this meeting if we need to. I think that would give people enough time, School Board Member Martin, to get here if they wanted to make any comment. I would say, is it possible that we can delay the meeting now that we have already narrowed the choices down and then come back, let's say around 4 o'clock and extend?
Well, it's 5.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I said 4. I'm going to say 5. I apologize.
So the board secretary noticed the meeting. She just spoke with me. The regular meeting, the COW is scheduled to start immediately following this meeting, so there would be no problem if the board, if you, as the chair, you wanted to, I don't know if suspend is the right word, but basically suspend this meeting.
Recess.
Or recess to me. Thank you, Patrick, Ms. Martin. Recess this meeting until a later time and then come back. You can do that.
Absolutely. Okay, so
I would like to, if you can do that in your own discretion, that's fine. If there's a motion, I'd be happy to make a motion to recess, to pick up and provide another opportunity for public comment.
absolutely.
Either, I don't know, I'll defer to your judgment on whether to do that right before we start the COW or after, immediately following the end of the COW, or whatever you think is best.
Okay, I would say right before we start the COW, we can do that because people generally get here around that time anyway, and it just gives the added space for them to make those public comments. So what I will do, and guide me on this, council, because this is something that is a little bit unorthodox, and I will get to the board members that are inside the queue, by the way, also. After we go through the board members that are inside of the queue, rather than make that vote, I will suspend and or do a recess, and then we'll come back and we can revisit to give people enough time to get here.
That's correct. And I think that the proper procedure there would be if there's no objection from the current sitting board.
Okay.
Recess. That way no vote is needed, but just to make sure there's no objection.
Okay, so I will just go back to public comment then, after we finish, and then we can do the recess if nobody has any contention to it.
Thank you, President Lynn.
No problem.
That was a great solution.
No problem at all. All right, next inside of the queue, we have Ms. Katie Kennerson.
I was going to say all of these things that you guys are talking about, but we should definitely wait until 5. There's definitely employees that have been reaching out to us that don't want us doing these things while they're at work. So if we could avoid having 3, 4 o'clock meetings just going forward completely, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for comments. Next, we have School Board Member Nathan Russ in the queue.
Yeah, it was more of a procedural thing as well. It was brought to my attention that the backup was not viewable to the public on this item. I'm trying to check it now. I think I can see it, but if we can check into that, make sure that's available, just verify it.
Okay.
Again, I'm not logged in on my phone and I can see it, but I just want to verify because I had a couple people say, hey, I can't see the items.
Okay, so what I would say is, when we take the recess, we can make sure, I'll check with Madam Secretary, make sure we're good in that arena to make sure everything's already good to go before we come back.
And
Okay.
Mr. Lannis, I'm checking on the public side. Is there?
Okay, so it said it is? Okay, so, Madam Vice President, what we're gonna do at this time, we're gonna do a recess to allow more people to come in, or for the public to make public comments. All right, if there isn't any objection from any board members, I'm gonna move that we go into a recess until 5 p.m., where we will come back and we will continue the conversation. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, we're gonna take our recess. Okay, ladies and gentlemen in the public, we are now reconvening our special meeting around the budget. If there's any public comments that need to be made, we ask that you please go into the hallway and fill out a pink comment card. Give it to Madam Secretary, Ms. April Almond, and then she will bring it to me, and I will call you up to the mic. So if there's anyone in the crowd right now pertaining to this budget item that want to speak, please make your way to the hallway, grab a comment card, fill it out, and I will call you up once it's received. And I'll give you all grace of about 3 minutes to do so before we continue. Right now. Got some time to bring you now. Okay, at this time, for the record, I'm going to read the motion into order. The motion that we are considering for this item is...
Mr. Landis, you're going to read the item into the record.
That's correct.
The item, yes.
I'm sorry, I said the motion. I apologize. I'm reading the item into the record, item B1, budget selection. Consideration of a request for the approval to move forward two budgets for the 2023. Well, I'm sorry, let me reread that because we've already selected those two options. This is consideration of a request for the approval to move forward budget proposals.
No, just read the item as it's printed on the agenda, and then the motion will specify, again, the two budgets.
That's why you counsel. I appreciate it. Okay, this is consideration for item B1, budget selection. Consideration of a request for the approval to move forward two budgets for the 2023-2024 general fund and special revenue budget proposals. Such budget proposals shall prioritize in maintaining or increasing current levels of resources for the following board priorities. 1, advancing literacy achievement. 2, increasing school cleanliness. 3, increasing school safety. And 4, minimizing the impact on classroom size. Salary increases or one-time stipends included in these budget options shall be equal for all named staff members, but shall not include employees of district level or above. While my name is at the bottom, I want to just be very clear that this motion was created and crafted by school board member Patrick Martin and school board member Nathan Russ. So my hat goes off to you guys around those prioritizations, and I thank you for bringing this forward. The motion was made by, sorry.
So as a matter of correction, I believe it's employees of director level and above.
I'm sorry, employees of director level and above. So the motion was already made by school board member Mark Ballou and seconded by.
And let's go ahead and have him remake that motion for the record.
For the record, you all bear with me. School board member Mark Ballou.
Yeah, I move that we narrow down the options for the general fund budget to options 2 and 4A, and that we also, along with those two options, consider the special revenue funds at the scheduled July 24th special meeting.
Thank you. Seconded by school board member Shoshone Stewart. Okay. At this time now, we'll go back to our board for public comment. Seeing none at this time, I will now go to the public. First up, I have Mr. James Big Brown Josen.
Mark, you ready to play basketball, man?
Very slowly.
I'm here on behalf of Superintendent Narcisse. When I heard the situation that was going on about increasing his salary, I thought to myself, what a no-brainer.
1 second, I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. What item are you speaking on?
The Narcisse's salary. I think
No, sir. That's at the cow. We haven't made it that far yet. I'm sorry. And it's supposed to start at 5, but we created a recess to give people enough time to speak on the budget.
I'll come back then.
Yes, sir. You're good. I got you back inside of the queue. Okay. Next we have Hezekiah Jackson.
So can the board explain to me what is the budget like exactly going to do for the people that their jobs aren't insured. Can you explain that to me?
I'm sorry, restate the question?
Can the board explain to me what is the budget exactly going to help with the teachers that are probably going to lose their job due to, the budget?
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. I will pass this question or defer this question to our superintendent and our chief of human resources. I don't see her in the room right now, but I'll defer to the superintendent.
So I'll take a stab at your question. First, it's not teachers losing their jobs. What is happening is that we're working on getting a salary increase. And in that salary increase is to increase teachers' salary and teachers that fall in the categories that are within the options that are chosen. We always do hear teachers, but teachers are not losing their jobs in the options. What is happening is once the board decides on what option they choose, teachers will go with their salary increase as well as other positions. What's the category? I'll tell you right now. Depending on which option they choose, will also include bus drivers and other operating positions. So there's no teachers losing their job. Yeah, so the reductions that may possibly happen are not to teachers, but it's mostly to central office staff, which don't fall in the teacher category.
Okay.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Jackson, before you sit down?
Yes, it did.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for that. Next, we have Dr. Mary Leach.
Good evening. Tonight, I am submitting and asking all board members to, if you haven't already, review the options. We're down to 2 and 4A, and I submit that you find it in your heart and your intellect to support and vote for option 4A. After last week's meeting and I spoke, I got a number of calls and text messages from teachers throughout the district asking why I thought option 4A was the best. I explained to them, and they were in agreement. So I don't know how many teachers you guys speak to, but I did get a number of phone calls, and I didn't take a tally. So I am imploring that you really consider for option 4A with the little modifications that were made, and make a decision by July 25th before the school year starts. Any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Leach. Next, we have Mr. Ryan Picard.
Good evening, Dr. Narcisse, President Lannis, Vice President Powell, and board. First off, thank you for delaying this meeting so that those of us who are 12-month employees could be here to be heard. I want to encourage you to take these 4 options and table them. And here's why. I'm not one to say kick the can down the road, but the fact of the matter is people's jobs are at stake. This thing needs to be gone through with a fine-tooth comb, item by item, employee by employee, school site by school site. When you talk about cutting X number of jobs, saving this amount of money, you have to remember, is it the best use of funds to help our students? Because if it's not, then it is a disservice to this community. Additionally, please, I'm going to implore you, one, if you have not already received a list that details every single position and employee that is going to be potentially impacted, I'm going to implore you to ask every department to give that to you. And then I'm also going to implore you to make sure that they have communicated that those employees' jobs are in jeopardy with that employee. It is July 6th. I can only speak for myself personally. I do not know if I have a job. Now, I have been told, quote, but you can go back in the classroom. I loved being a classroom teacher. It's what made me passionate about education. But if I were to do that, I would go from making $79,000 a year to $54,000 as an individual with 3 master's degrees, and I'll have a doctorate in May. A raise is needed, but not at the expense of people being able to pay their mortgages and being able to feed their families. Also, forgive me, I'm going to reference my notes to make sure that I address all of these. There have been issues in this district with recruitment and retainment of employees for as long as I've been in the district. And it's the treatment of employees in this way that contributes and further exacerbates this problem. I have classmates from Columbia University and USC that ask me all the time, why are you still there? And I say, because I want to help the kids in this community, period. Please position us so that we can continue to do this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. If there's any audience members, and I'm sorry, Madam Vice President, I'm coming to you. If there's any audience members right now that would like to speak on this agenda item, we please ask that you go to the auditorium, go to the hallway, get a pink card, fill it out, and give it to Madam Secretary so that I could acknowledge you at this time. Okay. Seeing no other public comment cards right now, I will come back to the board. Madam Secretary, I'm sorry, Madam VP.
Okay, I have a question, and well, I guess there's a couple of questions. Dr. Narcisse or Ms. Hall, has those who could possibly be impacted as far as their employment is concerned, have all of them been contacted at this time?
Yes, well, Ms. Hall, come up, Ms. Hall. I'm just going to start off.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. So the attachment H that focused on the general funds, any positions that were identified in that attachment, I have contacted 160, I think, of employees. I've spoken to maybe 80% because there's still folks on vacation, et cetera. But yes, from where I sit, any positions that are identified in attachment H that are attached to general funds, I have literally contacted them 160.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
My reasoning for asking that was considering where we are and what we've heard from public comments over the last couple of meetings. I was wondering if there is a proper time or motion that might need to be made for us to kind of freeze that process until we know what we're going to do with our budget, if my colleagues agree. And so I guess, Mr. Shamlin, if you could help me in what, if you understand what I'm trying to ask for, maybe to stop causing a fear factor where some of our employees, have we had anyone to resign as a result of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, Vice President Powell, Lewis. The letters that we provided were just a courtesy to say there may be potential, and based on when the board votes, then those decisions would go through. The fear that I had as we talked with the team was, depending on when the board approves, if we do not give them a heads up that there may be a possibility, then, and the board votes later, then that would mean that the next day, if I'm correct, counsel, we would notify them that they have no job. And I just did not want to put them in that position. And so the past practice of the district has been to at least notify. That's why we wanted HR to have an actual conversation with them, because things may change and shift in those pieces. But that was a concern, quite frankly. And if I could just add one more thing, just I know a comment that was made in the potential possibility, those who may lose their job, it is part of that 160 group. And so if you did not receive that letter or have been communicated, you are not a part of that. Remember, we have 6,000 employees. As I tell folks, I don't want to give panic, but it is important for us that we're trying to do a better job with providing service to our employees and communication.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Next, we have School Board Member Nathan Russ.
Yeah, I just had a question about timing on adopting a budget. Since Mr. Blue has now included in his motion a potential date to vote to adopt a budget, what is the legality or the legal requirement around publishing in our public journal a budget? And then what is, I guess my question is, from what I understand, we have to do that 15 days before adoption of a budget. At that point, are we locked in to that version? Because my concern is if we decide that we have to vote to adopt a budget on the 24th, that means essentially by Sunday, we have to post in our public journal a budget that we would then ratify and adopt. I don't think that we're at that point yet. I don't think our work on this budget is done while we've narrowed down to two options. So I kind of want to explore what our options are here in that regard. Does that make sense? Superintendent, you got any feedback on that?
Yeah, I mean, the budget, in terms of the board's priorities, in terms of allocation, we always make adjustments and shifts throughout that process. That's why we come back with a revised budget at the end of the year. So the main components is to have the major categories in place as we continue to make sure that the budget is balanced, so that we're not overspending or anything like that. So the concern that I have is just that we need to get a budget passed before teachers come back. And so anything that happens beyond that becomes problematic. And then we're still on the old salary scale, which becomes a lot of complexities. And so, Ms. Lopez, did I articulate that correctly? Yes, so that's kind of where, but what I will say is remember that our budget is always fluid in a lot of different ways because we make different sets of decisions based on what is approved by the board. And that's why we always come back with a revised budget at the end of the year.
Right,
and but the legality piece.
Yeah, and I was just going to jump in, Mr. Russ, and say you're right. Ms. Lopez and I've spoken. There's a notice time requirement. The board set a special meeting for the 24th to potentially approve one of these two budgets. I believe Ms. Lopez has already, she can speak to details, has already taken initial steps to make sure the publications go out to the advocate for a certain time and that those time limits are met. If there's any tweaking or changing of the budgets, however, they will have to be re-advertised or re-noticed.
Right, so that's my concern.
So it would extend it, yes.
Obviously, tonight, we're voting on two different options of a budget that was ostensibly prepared outside of these major decisions about compensation, but I'm not going to speak for the whole board, but I'm not done with what I want to see prioritized in the budget and questions that I have. If we have any changes that have to be made, it's going to happen in the next 2 days. I don't think that that's feasible. I don't think that's doable. Or to even understand the impact of what one of these two budgets are going to be and have to make that decision. So my question is, is it possible, is it feasible to change that special meeting date to a date later in the month and still accomplish what we want by passing a budget before August 1st? Could we move it to possibly the following Thursday or even Monday the 31st and still achieve what we need to do so that we have at least a week of time for the board to provide any additional feedback on the budget?
So my recommendation, Mr. Russ, would be if that's a concern, I'm not sure where the rest of the board sits on it, but you could make a substitute motion or request a friendly amendment to remove the July 24th special meeting requirement that Mr. Blue placed in his motion, to just leave it open-ended. Now, the board has already set a special meeting for that night anyway to occur, but then you wouldn't be obligated because it wouldn't be set by the board, it's set by the chair. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? So it could be a friendly amendment, it could be a substitute motion, whatever you prefer, but you could remove that requirement in the motion.
Okay. Mark, if you're open to a friendly amendment.
That's fine.
I'd like to remove the date so that if we need to make adjustments to ratify a budget, we can do so. So, if we need to move the date. Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry. Point of information. So in your friendly, you're saying if we need to move the date, just for clarity?
Yeah, what I'm
Which I'm not
asking
against moving the
is-
date, but just so
What
you
I'm
know.
asking is remove the date requirement
Okay.
from the motion.
Okay, I was just asking for clarification.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
That's all for you, Mr. Russ? All right. Next, we have School Board Member Patrick Martin.
I share Mr. Russ' concern, but I have a more fundamental, question. Could someone outline for me the exact timeline on when we decide collectively which of the two options, presumably with further modification, we're going to advertise as the final budget? Because as I'm understanding it, the required amount of time before we vote on it, we have to basically lock it down. Is that what I understand you said, right? And so at that point, we can't amend it on the fly at the final meeting and say, let's make these changes, because then we would have we'd need more public notice, correct,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shamlin?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what exactly is our timeline? Are we at our regular meeting in 2 weeks, voting on the final motion, on the final budget that we are going to propose for adoption at that final thing? And how does that fit with the required notice timeline?
I'll take a crack at that. So the board the chair has set a special meeting, as policy allows him to do, to consider final approval of a budget on July 24th. That meeting will stand unless he decides to cancel it, if it's not needed, right? And
But let's assume that we stay with that 24th date, just so I can understand the process, all right? So how many days' notice do we have to give to the public before we have that final vote on adoption of a budget?
Yeah, I'm gonna let Ms. Lopez come up. I want to make sure you get the right information. Monday, I believe, is the date that the advocate has to.
Saturday.
Saturday.
Saturday, they've already gotten it.
Wait,
They're going to publish it Saturday for the 24th. It's 15 days.
Assuming we stick with the July 24th date, we're not publishing two budgets to the advocate.
We don't publish anything to the advocate. We publish that we're having the meeting. And then we're going to put both of the budgets on board docs.
Right.
And they can look at them anytime they like. And then on the 24th, you choose the one that you want.
We choose, and can we make changes to either option and adopt some version of any of that on the 24th?
Not drastic, no.
Give me some parameters for
Well,
drastic.
Honestly, Mr. Shamel and I have discussed this at length. The language in the budget law does not speak to changing it. It says, I am offering it to the public 15 days for inspection ahead of time. If you decide to add one teacher, that to me is not a significant change. If you decide to add 122 teachers, that to me, you're not approving the same budget that you gave them 15 days to look at. So it's a judgment call.
That's helpful, thank you. So if we were to decide after further reflection that we wanted to adopt a budget that, or explore the adoption of a budget that did not eliminate these 100, some odd positions, because not all the positions, of course, are actually in the central office that are proposed for elimination. Most of them are, but not all of them, right? So, and those 160 employees are not all in the central office, correct? So, go ahead.
Do we have a list on where majority of the positions from breakdown between central office and schools? Do you have that?
Not with me, but the majority are in central office.
May I have a point of order? I think we're talking about apples and oranges a little bit, so I'd like Ms. Hall, when we talk about 100, let me give you an example. If we're going to eliminate 3 assistant principals in the budget, we've notified all assistant principals. It doesn't mean we're eliminating 160.
That is
The 160 may end up being 8 people, but there are 160 people have those 8 positions. So I'm just trying to be clear, it's not 160 people.
Sure, no, thank you. That's a good clarification. I appreciate that.
And I
Mr.
think the
Godet.
public has that misperception also. It's a very handful of people, but there are 160 people in those positions.
No, that's a good clarification. I appreciate that, Mr. Godet. It's 8, 10, something in that magnitude is my understanding, right? Which means it's not a huge amount of money, and it could be that upon reflection and review, we might decide if we choose like option 2 and it's a one-time stipend and whatnot, we may say, Superintendent, can you give us a budget that doesn't eliminate those 8 positions, right? That would not require massive changes to the amount and scope of the budget. I don't know, I'm not saying that's what we're going to do or that I'd advocate for that. I'm just trying to understand what are the consequences of the vote tonight and what's going to be published.
Can I give a point of information, School Member Martin? I just had a talk with council, and I think an easier way or a better solution for this is I can schedule 2 special meetings. If we I feel like we get to a point throughout this process and by 24th we feel like we are not far along, I can schedule a second special meeting. That way it gives us enough time to work through, and that way we'll have some wiggle room if so.
Well, I appreciate that flexibility, President Lannis. I think my question is this, that I'm just trying to make sure I understand what are the consequences of what we vote on and what are our limits. We've got this 15-day notice requirement, right? And so once we publish whatever we're going to publish, then we're largely locked into those 2 without giving a whole new 15 days notice. And so it sounds like, based on the schedule, that these 2 options are the ones we're going to publish, and then we're largely, not entirely, within some wiggle room, we're largely locked in to one of those 2 options. We need to understand tonight, if that's the plan, that we're locking in, and to Mr. Russ' point earlier, we're locking in on a lot of decisions right now, because that notice is going to go out, and then we've got to then we've got to push everything back by a minimum of 15 days if we come to our regular board meeting or the special board meeting, and we're going to be already locked, and we're just going to have to push everything back by 15 days, which maybe that's what we need to do. I don't know, but that's my concern, is that, you know, when we talked before, and I haven't followed the 15-day notice, I didn't fully understand the ramifications of that. I'd assumed that we're going to narrow these 2 options today, and then we would have time to continue saying we'd like to explore within the confines of this general decision, right? Option 2, let's say. We would like to further refine that to perhaps not eliminate any positions or eliminate only half of the positions, or refocus priorities in this area versus that area. And what I'm hearing is that we're largely not going to have that opportunity, because barring anything different, right now the plan's been, we have a special meeting, we give the 15 days notice, and we're pretty much locked in on one of those 2 options.
Point of information, I'm sorry. And I'm saying point of information so people understand I'm not jumping into the queue. But I think that's why I wanted to offer up if we can add an additional special meeting date, because that would change the day that she would have to publish anyway. Even if she published on Saturday, that second meeting day would give us enough time, at least some level of wiggle room to work some of this stuff out that we're talking about. If we move the meeting date, Ms. Lopez, to the 31st, when will we have to publish?
I could send it to the advocate tomorrow if that's the pleasure of the board.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I can send it to the advocate if that's the pleasure of the board, and it would come out next week, which would give us plenty of time, because between the 24th and 31st is 7 days. So as long as I do it by tomorrow, we're fine. I can do that. But
Okay.
Do you want to cancel the 24th or?
So can I ask a different question?
Sure.
I think what I'm hearing the boards, the changes and shifts that the board would have to make would have to be before you publish, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what is the latest date that you would have to publish
What-
if we do?
Before the start of school.
before the start of school.
So the teachers start August 1st, so that'd be the 31st. So 17th. It would have to be in the paper and available for review on the
About the
17th.
7th. So that would mean, if I'm correct, that the board, if they wanted to make any shifts and changes, whether it's programmatic or anything in the budget, those decisions have to be done by the 17th for us to make sure that the 31st, when they have the special meeting, they're voting on that budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that?
Thank you.
I have a point of order. Mr. Shamlin, on the budget acts and stuff like that, I'm under the impression you have a 5% leeway in what's budgeted versus what you can spend in any category?
I think that 5% applies in a different situation.
You don't have, it depends on if you revise the budget, if you have 5% here or there for revenues, expenditures, and fund balance.
With regard to revised budgets, my
Yes.
reading of I was kind of quiet early on, but my reading, I'm conservative in my reading of it. And I believe to be safe, and I'm always going to advise the board, the safest route is if there's a change in the budget.
Okay, and if we
Respect the
pass the
15-day
budget
notice.
and we wanted to come back 2 months later and as a board amend the budget, we could always advertise the amendment and go through the process and post an amended budget, just like we do a revised budget.
Sure, yes.
So, I mean, it's not like the budget comes down on a tablet from God and it's chiseled in stone and it never can be changed. It's our budget, and we can modify it as we need to see it.
If we decide, if the budget that's published and then adopted on the 24th or the 31st, whichever it is, eliminates 12 positions, the next day you're giving notice to 12 people that they're gone, right? So we can't go back and change that.
Right.
Okay. And so the other question I have, Mr. President, is if we want to tinker with, right, the two options, right? You worked on 4A, which is different from 4, that we considered last week. And we want to explore those options. Let's say we do it in the next week, right? We go to that latest date that she has to give notice on July 17th or whatever. Then either we have to have a special meeting between now and then, right? Have another meeting next week or whatever for all of us to collectively vote on the final versions of the two options that we're going to notice, or maybe we can narrow it down at that point to one option. Or we have to just basically delegate to you the authority to decide what are the final parameters and what's the final tweak of one of these two options is going to be advertised in the public. So that's I just want some clarity over what the process is and what the implications of our vote are, and those are my concerns. I don't know whether I want to make a substitute motion yet or not. I don't know exactly what that would be, but those are my concerns, and I'd certainly be interested to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you. All good comments, by the way. Next, we have in the queue School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
Thank you, President Lannis. My question on my comment is somewhere between Vice President Lewis's request and Board Member Martin's request. At some point, when we've approved the budget, those 166 people could very well be 12 or 10 or 15 at that time. Once we've approved the budget, can we ask the superintendent to reinstate those people at the school levels that may have lost their position based on where we are now with the budget? Simply reinstate them. If we can keep them, let's reinstate them. Mr. Shamlin, is that a possibility?
The only concern I would have is if the budget's been set and you reinstate those positions, they're not within the budget approved by the board. If I'm understanding correctly.
Okay, let's say we'll go with option 2. Okay, and it's the $2,000 stipend. If we get that and it's passed in time, and we look at the budget, Ms. Lopez, and we see we don't need to eliminate 3 VPs, or we don't need to eliminate 3 ELA teachers. We have time to bring them back. If the dollars are there, can we keep them? Because in the real world that I lived in, you get rid of an AP, you're putting that principal between a serious rock and a hard place. There's a school in my district that I would visit several times during the year. The AP was down there teaching history. And she still had to do all her walkthroughs. She still had to handle discipline. She still had to do all those other things that fall under the parameters of what APs do. So if we can get a budget and those people don't need to be eliminated, then let's not eliminate them. I mean, are you following what I'm saying, Mr. Shamlin?
I'm with you, Coach. If you don't mind, Attorney Shamlin, I just want us to keep in mind that we have a record fund balance. And if we have to, we could tap into that and keep those people or get them or pay them. So I just want that to be understood that we do have a record fund balance. And if we have to, or if we need to tap into it, that could be a possibility. I will defer this to Superintendent.
Yeah, I just want to give context on this a little bit. A part of the last board to the new board, when we were going through the process of ESSER, was to put dollars into the fund balance, anticipating that we would have a gap. And when that gap would come, then we would use that fund balance to be able to ensure that we can close that gap. And as we continue to look at those dollars, in the current budget, we ended up having a 31.5, is that the exact number, gap, right? We had different growth in different places for that to happen, including inflation, right? So if the pleasure of the board, if the goal is to keep the jobs, we have a fund balance that has $111 million. You can take 31.5 from the 111, and that would do that. But the question is, the board would have to decide on how they would want to go that. So in the process, as we were going through, different board members had different sets of conversations that we were trying to get through, and so we did not tap into that fund balance. So therefore, it triggered for us to make reductions this way. But the board would have to decide. What we looked at, regardless on any of the approaches of the board, was to ensure that the priorities were clear, that we can kind of move to that. Academics, safety and security, pay raises for teachers, and our fourth was facilities. And so we've worked to try to prioritize that. The reality is, as new board members came on and each board had their priorities, we started to look at, what are ways to get us to the finish line of that. And when you look at the options take care of the pay raise, but when you look at your programming and those pieces, we looked at those to make sure that we're ensuring, from the priority of the academics, that we're not losing any ground for any child in terms of reading and those things. That's why I'm looking forward. I'm giving the academics data in the regular meeting so we can show as well, because we've had tremendous progress for all kids across the system for that. So it's just going to come down to the board on how they would like to approach their decision on that. But we've been prioritizing the pay raises as a priority to make sure that we can retain teachers as well as bus operators and those, because we know that we've always been not paying up to par as compared to others in the capital region.
So with option 2 or version 2, it's a $2,000 stipend on top of the state and all that. Would we have to tap into the fund balance?
Yes, in option 2, I want to make sure we're accurate. Ms. Lopez, would you mind coming up here? intelligent with the math.
So in version 2, no, we're not tapping into the fund balance because
So let me just clarify the question.
But if we
Is it in terms of
reinstated- if
reinstating
we
all of the
reinstated those
employees?
people, not to lose them.
it would depend on how many people that was.
Okay.
But like we said, it's not gonna be 160.
No,
160.
no. It would depend on so many factors, the position, how many. I mean, no one makes the same amount
The
around here.
salary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it would depend on who it was. If you're talking about 6 teachers, no, we would probably still be fine. I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's bearable.
Currently, how many APs, Ms. Hall? Out of the 160, how many of these people have APs that could be in jeopardy of losing their jobs?
It's 15,
15.
and not lose their jobs.
Well, to get the option to go back into the classroom, is that where you were going with that?
Right. So we have vacancies throughout the district, and the goal is to give options to any employee that may be impacted by the budget if it's approved.
But
So
I'm sorry not to cut you off, but the gentleman with the USC shirt on, he spoke earlier about if I'm an AP and I'm making, I don't know what AP makes, if I take a $25,000, $30,000 pay cut, now my whole life is turned upside down. My retirement's turned upside down, my children's future is turned upside down. All those things have been impacted by that.
Understood. Everything is dependent on what you guys want to do in terms of the vote. Whatever you guys decide, I'll be able to follow through with it. But I do understand.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good, Coach? Okay. Also, the time now is 5:41. I'm going to move that we shift board comment time down to 3 minutes because we are now 40 minutes over into the committee of the whole time. So moving right along, School Board Member Michael Gode.
Yes, Ms. Hall. One of my fears is we keep pushing the budget further and further down the road for final approval. And going back to Mr. Shamlin, we passed a $1,000 stipend. We've passed bonuses for teachers, for new teachers and things like that. Those were all changes to the budget that were never in the original budget. Is that not correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So I'm just getting away from this thing of the budget is written in a stone tablet. It's not. We have the ability to move things around within certain parameters within the budget. And I'm afraid we're trying to fine tune this thing into such a micro spot that it's going to be very difficult for us to get a budget. And we need to get on with life. We need to get on with getting this in there. We still can make changes through the year as we go through that. So, Ms. Hall, I wanted to come back to you. We keep talking about these 160. I want to be clear. These 160 are only people with a potential
That is correct.
to lose a job because so we talked about 15 APs. How many AP positions are actually being cut?
Just the 15.
But you said every AP got a letter.
Yes,
So how many APs got letters?
15.
I'm confused now.
Because those when we did staffing during April through
Okay.
May, that went through the staffing model, right? And there were 15 APs that were not reassigned through.
Okay, got it. Okay. So those 15 are at jeopardy.
That is correct.
Okay, got it. Understand, because that was not quite the understanding I had before. And so if we wanted to do something like, because we as a board all passed a comprehensive staffing model, we passed that as a board, and this is going above and beyond the staffing model. So if we wanted to say, okay, those 15 APs stay, we have to pass an amendment to the budget, or we have to tell them now that we don't want anyone to take a reduction in salary. One way we could do it is they don't get reduced salary, but they go back to the classroom, but they keep their salary. Or we don't know what kind of attrition is going to happen between now and then. I think we're trying to fine tune this to a point that's beyond our ability to do that. And getting into the area that is really the superintendent's to do. And I'm not being cold to the people whose jobs they are. I understand. And if we want to do something and say, look, let's pass this budget, but as an impact of the reduction in pieces, we will make a special provision that no one loses money.
That's up to you.
As one way of doing it, to do that. But we got to get on with life and pass a budget. We got too many people out there sitting and waiting to get things done and know what programs are in and all these sorts of things. So trying to get to the last nit on everything is going to be very difficult. So I have no problem if we say, I don't know how much it would cost us if we say no one takes a salary reduction, but, it's probably $1 million.
I'm not sure of the amount because the salaries varies. So
Yeah,
would
but I
be-
mean, say it's going to be $15,000, $20,000 a person. $20,000 times 160 people is less than $500,000.
I'm sorry, School Board Member Gode, that's time. Apologies.
Okay,
Good conversation, though.
but we just got to find a different way to do this, because if we try to get it to the gnat's eyebrow on this thing, we'll never finish. And so I'm okay with making a provision that we don't reduce anybody's salary.
I'm
if we wanna do
going to,
that.
Mr. Goldie, I'm going to have to caution you, though, because it is that's kind of going into personnel decisions that are really left to the superintendent.
But it's a personnel decision. We're saying don't fire anybody. And it's his decision to fire somebody or not.
You and I agree, that is
Yeah.
a personnel decision. So I'm cautioning the board about making those kinds of conditions or putting those into a motion, because those are the purview of the superintendent. So I just want to say it for the record.
I understand. I'm just trying to get us to a budget, because at this rate, we'll be in November still arguing about whether or not we do something.
All right. So just going to call for a point of order so we can keep the order of the meeting flowing as it is right now. But all of your comments and concerns are duly noted, School Board Member Gode. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Katie Kennison.
Thank you. After the last 45 minutes of conversation, I think the only thing that is clear about the budget is that there's a massive lack of clarity. Really, the only thing that's clear. I'd like to get to a couple of questions. First, Ms. Hall, might you read to me an exhaustive list of those 160 positions that received letters? What were every position that?
You'd have to give me 2 seconds. I could pull it up on my tablet.
Okay. Well, I'll give you 2 seconds and I'll
Well,
ask
not
another
2
question.
seconds,
I only
2
got
seconds.
3 minutes.
Okay, I'm
Ms. Lopez. For the two options that we've narrowed it down for teacher pay, the second option we know is this chunk of money. Let's talk about 4A.
Okay.
It looks like it's outlined how we're gonna pay for year one.
Mm-hmm.
What's the total amount that we need to come up with for year 2 and for year 3?
I don't have the exact total.
A roundabout.
So it's 2.3, 10, 7, about $20 million is what we're paying right now. You're going to add another 1,000 to everyone's salary. So if you assume 6,000 employees and another $1,000, another $600,000, and then the following year you do it again, but that would be a raise. That's the plan.
So can you give me 2 ballpark numbers of, well, 3 actually. What's year 1? We have to come up with how much money?
So the final general fund budget balance for that one is 9.5, but as you know, we adjusted some odds and ends with the charter school and everything, so it's really only costing about $7.5 million out of the general fund.
Sure.
The rest is coming out of Proposition 3, but that's inclusive of all your grants, which is why it's $12 million. It's so much higher.
So that's year 1 short.
Sure.
Year 2, ballpark number.
Here's how many staff you have. I don't know. Let's say 22. $2 million swing. We'll
So
go back.
$22 million.
Yeah.
That
Because it's only an extra 1,000, not 4,000 at one chunk. So
All
it makes
right.
it's easier.
And then we're also looking at about, I believe you said $40 million from ESSER that will be coming back starting next year?
There's $40 million in expenditures plus the indirect costs. So you've got about $56 million in ESSER that will disappear.
Okay, so right now we're looking at year one having to come up with $56 million. And year two, we're talking about, so year one, the sunsetting of ESSER is, we don't have a plan for that. Year two, we're still going to be looking at about $50 million that we're still having to sustain from ESSER ending, plus an extra $22 million. So that's about $80 million. Is there any plan for that in year two?
Can I give a point of information? And also, that's going to, sorry, School Board Member Kennison, that's going to be time. We are 30 seconds over. Apologies.
Can Ms. Hall answer my question?
Yeah, of course, because you had already asked the question. But in the essence of answering the question, no, you can go, Ms. Hall. I just wanted to give just a quick point of information. And a lot of this stuff was not privy to this board, but this was the plans of the last board so that we can plan for indirect costs and direct costs that we have to cover. The reason why we saved up so much money inside of the fund balance is so we can ensure that we had enough money to carry over if we had to pull away from ESSER funding. So I just want to be very clear about that. And in both of the options, even if you go into next year, we have, let's say, a deficit. We have more than enough money inside of our fund balance to carry that deficit. That was the reason why we planned it that way. I just want to be very clear about that, that we don't have to go and try to find money like pie in the sky. We have money inside of our accounts to take care of that. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Hall.
Okay, I was prepared. I had it in the paper, so it's probably easier to read off. Technology Resource Specialist, WAN Manager, Curriculum Content Trainer, ESS Educational Diagnostician, Professional Development Specialist, Curriculum Specialist, Fine Arts Lead Facilitator, Fine Arts Content Specialist, Director of Professional Development, Social Studies Content Trainer, Executive Directors, Dean of Students, Assistant Director of Transportation, Supervisor of Transportation, Workforce Coordinator, District Literacy Coach, Director of Student Activities, Supervisor of Athletics, Director of Magnet School Programs, Coordinator of Student Affairs, Magnet Programs Specialist, Gifted Curriculum Resource Coordinator, Supervisor of Counseling, School-Wide Program Monitor, Instructional Technology Facilitator, Parental Involvement Facilitator, Social Emotional Learning Specialist, Social Worker, Personnel Assistant, Community Liaison, a Graphic Designer, Public Information Officer, Administrative Assistant to the Chiefs, Project Manager, ADA Project Manager, Director of Data in Schools, Assistant Principals, Administrator on Special Assignment, Coordinator of Special Support Programs, and Chiefs.
Do any of those positions have direct contact with children?
Except for the assistant principals.
About the
fifth.
SEL workers?
Well, when you say direct contact, I'm thinking of in classroom, hands-on kind of thing.
But you mentioned some coaches.
I'm sorry, Ms. Kennison, that's going to be time. I'm so sorry.
Okay, we can all guess what my next questions were, and we'll just assume this conversation continue. Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I am so sorry. Next in the queue, I see School Board Members Martin and Rust. However, given board policy around public comment, because you all have already been in the queue, we wouldn't be able to come back.
I'd like to make a substitute motion at the appropriate time.
Yes, sir. No. Okay. So if you're doing a substitute motion, I can put you in the queue for the sub.
That's what I'm in the queue for. Okay. Thank you. I'd like to make a substitute motion to call a special meeting of the board Thursday, July 13th, with the purpose being to narrow to a single budget option and make all final changes at that time to the budget, with final passage of the budget to occur at a special meeting to be set by the president for a date no later than July 31st. I think that's my motion. Mr. Shamlin and Ms. Harmon, you can, put it in the best language. My goal in making this motion is to give us, one, I don't like the idea of telling the public, hey, there's two pretty different options to vote on. I think that's our responsibility, our call, not shirk it. And so I think that between now and next Thursday, we have enough time to have conversations about this issue and others to do that. And so, you know, I'm particularly concerned with the reduction in the APs in talking about the recess policy, for example. One of the feedbacks that we got is that very often in the middle schools, it's the assistant principals and other kind of office staff who are responsible for monitoring recess so that the teachers can have a break and go to the bathroom and do those things. And the more we shrink those kind of non-teaching educational positions that Ms. Kinnison was alluding to, the fewer resources are available to do that kind of very important work. And so I think that, look, finally, I don't think we should tell the public that we got two options that they're going to have to be prepared to fully comment for and advertise. I think it's incumbent upon us to narrow to one option. I think we can do that in the course of the next week. We can make the final tweaks, and then we can understand that once we vote on that next week, that's our last chance to really make these tweaks. I agree with Mr. Goday. We can't keep doing this until November, right? So I think that would be a way to give us a little more time, get on with this meeting tonight, to make final changes. The public has time to weigh in, right, to all of us in the course of next week, and we wrap this up next week.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from, substitute motion on the floor from School Board Member Martin and seconded by School Board Member Mike Goday. Okay. Because of that, now we can open board comment again. So, Mr. Nathan Rush, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to thank Board Member Cliff Lewis for his comments, because it pointed out reiterated my point, is that these budgets still do not reflect the entire feedback and priorities of the board. Some of us have had more time than others to get comfortable with these iterations of the budget. We have a responsibility and an obligation to provide direction for what we want to see and how we want our priorities to be reflected in these budgets. Clearly, we have more work to do. I don't want this getting pushed back the month of July either. Mr. Martin, unfortunately, I have a town hall the night of the 13th that's geared towards receiving budget feedback. That's a clear problem in that I can't really receive and integrate public feedback into this budget process if I'm here voting. I don't understand the purpose of, I suppose for procedure's sake, voting on a budget on the 24th or the 31st, but if we're narrowing it down to one, then it's all but done on the 13th. At that point, it's locked in. You can't make any material changes, and you're showing up on the 24th to cast a paper ballot for what you've already done. I don't see it as an effective use of the board's time. My opinion, the path forward here is to hopefully have a meeting on the 31st to ratify a budget. It gives us about 7 days to reflect priorities that the rest of the board wants to see in these two versions, to sit and understand those, to publish them, and then to adopt one of those two versions on the 31st. That's my 2 cents on that. Thank you.
Mr. Russ, if you wanted to, I'm not locked in stone on Thursday. I mean, that's when we always meet. If you want to suggest a friendly amendment to make it Friday, I'm certainly willing to come up on.
Yeah, that's what I was going to offer.
Nope.
Friendly.
All right.
Excellent.
Not Friday. All right. Never mind.
So if you had to make a friendly, because we have to have it published by the 17th, correct? So, Mr. Russ, in your case, if you make the friendly that we move it, that we do it on the 17th, that way you can still have time to get your comments in. What are your thoughts around that?
We're in Boston.
Everybody's not going to be here.
Oh, that's right. Okay. All right. Did it wrap up your comments, Mr. Russ? Okay. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
And I'll be quick. When we all took these seats, we were elected to these seats. The number one thing that we were told is that your number one priority is your fiduciary responsibilities to keep this district financially solvent. Mr. Lannis and Mr. Gaudet have talked about the previous board, how you guys plan for the future. That's how we have the huge fund balance. Well, with version 2, it gives us the next year to do the same thing. It gives us the time. It gives us a year to meet quarterly with Ms. Lopez, like we talked about earlier. It gives us time to see where we're going, how the sales taxes are going. We're looking at maybe consolidating schools, downsizing this district, and doing different things like that. So we have a year to plan and to be fiscally responsible for a whole year and not be tied in or locked in to a certain amount of money or raises or stipends that we have to give. And if it works out in a perfect world and we have the money and we can do it, then next year let's make it a raise. But I believe in my heart that we have to be fiscally conservative. We have to be smart with our monies, and we don't need to be staring down the gun barrel of, hey, we made these promises and now we got to keep them. That's kind of how we ended up where we are tonight. And I don't mean that any disrespect to anybody that was on the previous board. I just mean, things happened. But as board members, we have got to make sure that this district is financially sound. And we've got to make sure that we take care of the people that educate our children. And that's why I've been so strong about version 2, because we can pay it, we can do it, and we have a whole year to plan for the next year.
No problem, Coach. Thank you. Next in the queue, we have School Board Member Michael Gaudet.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to that, one of the things I think we're not under the gun today. We sat and built a tremendous historically high level of general fund balance just for this purpose. So this board is not left under the gun by the prior board. I was not talking option 2 versus.
That was not what I meant. I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that.
Well,
it may have come out that way.
Don't let them take my time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It may have come out that way, but
Hold on,
I was
Coach.
not saying that the previous board left this board between a rock and a hard place.
Right.
We got you noted, Coach. I'm
Noted,
sorry about
okay.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
I got you noted on that. I'm sorry. Point of order. You got it.
So I haven't been talking about option 2 and option 4 because I thought that was going to be for the next meeting. But I have to go down on record that I am an absolute strong supporter of option 4. And the reason is we have vacancies today in our classrooms. We ended up the year with about 200 empty classrooms. Right now, we have over 103 core teachers that we don't have teachers for. We have been balancing our budget and doing everything on the backs of paying our teachers. And I think we're being short-term focused and not long-term focused. If we want this district to be sustainable, the way we make it sustainable is by providing a quality education and keeping all of our students and giving our parents the confidence that they come to our schools instead of going to other schools. If we start shorting the salaries of teachers and don't fill up those empty classrooms, that's the quickest way to go into a decline. And so I worry that we're taking a short-term easy path at the prospect of falling off the cliff in the long term. To me, the cliff isn't next year. To me, the cliff is 4 years from now, because we have to continue to improve the performance of our district, and we can't do that without good teachers. So I'm 100% behind option 4, and I think option 2 is really short-term focused and is not in the best long-term interest of the district. Now, going back to the timing of the meetings, we have a regular meeting on the 20th. So I like the idea of getting down to one option and let's get down to one officer. But I know you guys are going to Boston for the PELP, and then we're going to Boston for another course. So if we did something around the 20th, a special meeting before the board meeting on the 20th, would that give us time to do anything? Because that's the earliest we could have a meeting where people could get together.
It's the notice, Mike. We got to give notice by the 17th, is what she said.
Give notice by the 17th to do the 31st?
Well, I think and I want to ask for absolute clarity because the notice has already been gone out for the board meeting on the 20th.
No, the
Okay.
notice has gone out for a special board meeting on the 24th. I will not be here on the 20th. Y'all are welcome to have whatever meeting, but I will not be here on the
Okay.
20th.
So the question is, the notice we're talking about,
Has to be 15 days. You don't have time to do it on the 20th.
well, I didn't finish my question.
Sorry.
The notice is 15, it's just a notice of the meeting, correct?
Notice of hearing and the approval of a budget.
Okay, but it's not the actual budget. The budget gets posted on our board docs, not in the newspaper.
Correct.
Okay. And so
Whatever we put,
I get it. So 15 days to 20 doesn't get there.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Goode, we
can
have
I
a point of
just-
information from the superintendent.
So, board member, if I could just make sure we're clear, I want to get back to the main thing. The posting, Ms. Lopez, if you come up, just want to make sure we're clear. The posting, if the board would like to make any changes or shifts, and we do it by the 17th, then the approval for the budget date would have to be what?
31st.
July 31st. So if the board decided that they wanted to make changes or anything like that, would have up to the 17th we could make any modification to the budget. And then July 31st, you would have the meeting. If the board decides it's on July 24th, then they'd have to make the change by,
It would go Saturday, so they need to
Saturday.
tell me by tomorrow.
right? So what I think we're hearing is that there are board members that like more time to do that. So the question would be, based on the board's pleasure, is if we decided, board president, if the decision would be that there's more time that need, then the 17th would give how many days from now to the 17th?
Well, the 13th, 7 days, so an additional weekend or so about 10 days.
So you'd have
10,
more
12 days.
time to make any modifications, and then the 31st would still be before teachers would get back.
So when do you guys get back from Harvard?
18th,
Y'all staying over the weekend?
19th, the
You
19th.
staying over the weekend between PELP?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
But we would still be able to make any modification, changes,
Yeah,
and
I
shifts, so. So the-
I'm just trying to work with everybody to try to get something that gets it done. Because if a meeting on the 13th doesn't get it done, because you guys aren't here.
Okay. We got to figure that part out. Sorry, because we got to keep the meeting moving. I'm inside of the queue now, and I'll try to be really, really fast. My comments around past board decisions had nothing to do with the decisions that's being made by this current board, and I just want to be clear about that. It was just to let everybody know that there actually was a plan by the last board as to how we would use those dollars once the ESSER funding, I want you to say dried up, but once we had to relinquish the ESSER funding. What I will say is, though, I want to keep in mind, though, when we talked about APs, the reason why the decision was made around the APs is because those were positions at schools that were severely understaffed. So that's why the district made that particular call. Outside of that, I want us to also keep in mind that as a board, we have been discussing over and over again that the possibility of consolidations, which are also going to save money. The money or the retention of dollars that we still get for expectations for around enrollment for charter schools. We found out that we had a cost savings of $6 million around it also. So I say all of that to say that there's going to be other additional pockets of money that are going to be rolling in on top of the tax revenues, which we're expecting to have high revenues again. Thank you again, School Board Member Gode, for rolling forward with the tax revenues. But that was, how much was it this year, Mr. Superintendent? I'm sorry, I couldn't remember. Anybody have that number, Ms. Leples?
Property or sales tax?
Both.
Property was about 194 million. Sales tax is coming in at approximately 123 million.
Okay, so what was our overage?
We don't
Approximate
know
overage.
sales tax
Okay.
yet. Property tax, we were right on the money because, I mean, they give me that information in December, but it was over a $20 million difference from the previous year because of the roll forward and
Right.
the reassessment of taxes.
So, thank you. So, my point of asking that question or bringing it up is that we're going to have additional pockets of money that we're expecting from the district. These dollars come in every single year on top of the additional monies that we're also looking at. And in the instance that you consolidate schools, those properties are not just going to sit there. There has to be a plan in place to say, how do we offload those properties? Do we sell them? Do we lease them to bring in additional resources? I say all that to add some comfort to anybody watching the meeting and also to our board members to say that we have dollars that are going to come in. So we need to cover something we can. And also we have that additional cushion from the record fund balance to help carry us over. So I just wanted to just give us some level of ease around that. And I'll just stop there. Next we have School Member Mark Ballou.
Thank you, President Lannis. I understand the substitute motion is primarily to allow for us to narrow it down to one choice. So if that fails, we would be back to the original motion and would still allow board members to make modifications through the 17th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
With the understanding that without another meeting of the board between now and the 17th,
there would be two options.
There would be two options,
Yeah.
and whatever, and these two options that I think that we're voting on now, as written, would be what would be published, unless we're authorizing the president or the superintendent to make tweaks that we kind of phone in and have private conversations with, which is not the most open and transparent way to do things. Then the two options we're voting on now are going to be what's published, and that's going to constrain us from making any changes at the 24th or the 31st meeting. So the goal of my substitute motion is to give us collectively as a board sitting in a public meeting to and with private conversations over the course of the next week to perhaps make final changes to it.
I believe any changes that were made would be published in board docs at the time that notice was given prior to the 17th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Be live on board docs on the 17th. So whatever changes you make would go live and would be available for anyone to see on that date.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Is that wrap your comments, School Member Ballou? Okay. Seeing other name inside of the queue this time, we will now go to our public for public comment. The time is now 6:12, so I'm sorry, I'm going to have to limit the public comment down, just as I did for the board, down to 1 minute so that we can proceed to get to the committee of the whole. So at this time now, I will call back up Dr. Leach.
Again, I'm asking you guys to vote for option 4.
That's 4A, I'm sorry.
4A, I'm sorry. It is not about your personal agenda. It is not about that. We do have the money. We have the money. It's planned for. There are things happening throughout EBR, East Baton Rouge Parish, that will generate revenue for this district in the coming years. It may not be public knowledge. It may be something I just know, but it will happen. You have to have faith. It is not your agenda. I got that letter. I don't sleep at night. I've lost 8 pounds. I want my job. So I want you to make, and I'm not in the classroom, but I'm doing certification. So I want you to make a decision for everyone who got the letter, who got the talk, and to realize this is not your agenda. This is for the people of the district, the children, and I'm gone.
Thank you, Dr. Leach. Next we have Mr. Ryan Pickard. And I'm sorry, is it Pickard or is it Pickard?
P-card, just
P-card,
like
okay.
the former state soup.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to keep this very brief. A lot of the discussions related to the budget this evening have been concentrated on general fund, and general fund is extremely important, but please do not forget about those of us who are paid for through special funding sources. ESSER 3, we have funding. Please consider if you just need to do a funding source change for some employees, please, because the 160 employees that received letters, to my knowledge, the discussion has been that those are from general fund. I do not know how many are special fund. I know that I'm special fund, and I was told that my specific position was going according to documents that were presented to the board from 14 to 12 employees. And to my knowledge, none of us have received anything other than just knowing that we're in limbo. So please just keep those in mind. Set as many board meetings as you need to make it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Fairleigh Jackson.
Thank you. Good evening. Fairleigh Jackson, District 5. Hey, Coach. I would like to support Board Member Martin in delaying this. There's a lot of confusion. We are actually into 8 options because what you're referring to as 4 today is actually 4A that has changed since last week, and nobody seems to really acknowledge that. I do understand Mr. Goday's concern about getting this done, but again, with the confusion, you said that the board voted on a CSM. I don't believe the board ever voted on a comprehensive staffing model that was created by the district. So there's confusion all around. But I'm happy to be corrected if I'm wrong there. I also have difficulty hearing people brag about our fund balance. I think this is actually due to our one-time ESSER funding. And nobody's been given a clear idea of what's going to happen when we run out of those dollars. Other districts have forecasting. They have the budget for this year, the budget for next year, the budget for the year ahead. We are not doing that, and that is wild to me. No one's asking for this. You need more time. You can't make a decision on an option proposed yesterday. A balanced budget is expenditures and revenues, not a fund balance. So I just want to make that distinction. I know you all understand that. Sorry, thanks.
No problem. Next, we have Ms. Tanya McMillan.
Good afternoon. I rushed over here today, so forgive the way that I look. I came straight from work, but I thought it was important. I was listening online, and I heard our human resources person say that we're going to be cutting ESS and diagnostics people. Like, our kids need that. One school, my son's school, lost 40 children over the last 2 years. They can't be replaced. That's $560,000. Had we had more diagnostics people there, because half of those kids had disabilities, dyslexia, performance anxiety, ADHD. If we get rid of the wrong people, we're going to continue to lose students. $560,000 over a 2-year period. And they can't be replaced because you can't join this school unless you're coming from another immersion program or unless your household speaks the language. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan. Next, we have Ms. Kadita Sims.
Hello, my name is Candida Bologna Sims, Vice President of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators and an educator in East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. So as far as the substitute motion, we support the substitute motion for the delay because it's in the best interest of the educators and students. And this will allow the board to see the feasibility of the budget that is chosen and how it directly affects educators and students.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Dr. LaFonda Hurd. That's okay.
I'm not on this actual agenda. I put a.
Oh, I see it. It says C1.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Okay, seeing no other comment cards at this time on this agenda item, we're going to move back to the board comments. School Board Member Patrick Martin, you're in the queue.
Thank you. the very first time, Coach Lewis mentioned, and I completely agree with it, that what we've been preached to since we joined this board on January 5th is our biggest single priority, the most important job we have is voting on this budget, right? I've been asking almost since that January 5th day, when are we going to see the budget? When are we going to have an opportunity to weigh in and address the very significant policy issues, to start learning about the plans that were made in the past by the prior board, to start understanding what the trade-offs are, how this is going to affect stakeholders, teachers, support staff, parents. First time I ever laid eyes on a draft budget was May 17th, right? So we're in this situation now. We've had, 3 meetings, maybe 4 meetings since then where we've discussed this at most of them. But all total, we've had, 4 or 5 hours of public discussion on this. So for our single most important job that we're supposed to do all year. I don't like that process. I don't think that has been an adequate process for us to make a truly informed decision, to not just because we're new board members trying to learn very quickly a lot of complicated issues, but because the public ought to have more time to see what these options are and weigh in on them. So I'm not at all happy with how short this process has been. We are under the gun. We're under the gun not because of actions we took, but the buck stops with us. So we've got to. I do agree with Mr. Goday. We've got to get this passed. But 3 months ago we passed an academic calendar that we didn't love because we got to get this passed, right? The budget is really important. The discussion tonight has been dominated in the last couple of meetings. Have been dominated by pay raise versus stipend. What's the magnitude of it? Should it go to teachers or teachers and support staff both? There are a lot of other issues that we're frankly not going to have time to really be able to explore as part of these discussions because time is so short. So, I just had to express that for a minute. As we move forward next week, if the substitute motion passes, I'm going to be advocating for some version of option 2. I am concerned about making multi-year promises that we don't know enough about. We've had a very short-circuited budget process, over since May 17th. And we don't know enough about what these forecasts are for the next 3 years. We know ESSER's going away, not coming back. Other sources of revenue may well be out there. Some, I don't know what was being referred to about other sources of money that may magically appear, and I have no doubt that some will. But I don't think I don't want to make a promise to say, hey, we're committed to this before we've had time to actually vet what are those multi-year projections. What are we built a surplus for a bunch of things to give teachers and support staff a raise, but also to be able to smooth the transition out of ESSER and away from ESSER without just suddenly shutting everything down. So I think we need more time before we can make a longer term commitment. I urge you all to support the substitute motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have School Board Member Cliff Lewis.
And my comment is somewhat maybe of just a point of clarity. From Ms. April, Mr. Shamlin, Ballou, Darius, Dr. Narcisse, Mike Goday, I was trying to, my intentions were to applaud the last board for their fiscal responsibility. Okay, that's why we got this tremendous fund balance. So if I offended anybody by my comments, and I know everybody had a part in that, sitting up here, but back to what Patrick was saying, now we're up here, and we have to do what we've got to do to make sure that during our tenure, 4 years from now, that the district is in a healthy position. So I was not being critical of the former board. And if there's any former board members out there watching on TV, I was not being critical. I was really applauding you for your efforts and how you, in the position that you put the board, this district in. but times are different. You know, things are different. The world is different. And we've got to do the things that are going to make sure that we're financially solvent.
Thank you, Coach. Next, we have School Board Member Michael Goday.
I'll be very quick. Thank you, Board Member Lewis, for that clarification, because I did take it the opposite way. I appreciate that. But I also want to just say that I also am very concerned about the long-term sustainability of this district. I don't think there's any disagreement about that at all. I think the disagreement that some of us have is what is the best way to reach that long-term stability. And that long-term stability in some people's minds is making sure that we're financially stable over the next couple of years. In my mind, the long-term stability is hinged upon providing the academics and the growth that we need to get. If we provide the right product, we're going to be totally fine financially. So one leads with the financial viewpoint. My view leads with the academic viewpoint. That if we do our work academically and pay our teachers and staff all the classrooms so we don't have 200 empty classrooms and do all those sorts of things, and the academic gains we'll have, the financials will come following that. If you go the opposite way and worry about the finances and we don't get the academics, then I'm just afraid of what that means long term. So there's no disagreement in what our goals are. Our discussion around which option is best really revolves around what's the best way to reach those goals. And some of us just have a different point of view of how to do it. I want to take the long-term view and the academic view. So thank you.
No problem, and I'll just enter the queue. I'm sorry, School Board Member Nathan Rush, you got it? Okay, I'll go ahead and enter the queue. I just want to, I guess, give a sense of clarity around how we got to the budget options that we do now. One, I want to commend both School Board Member Lewis and also commend Vice President Powell for the time that they put into coming up with a healthy option and putting the district first in mind. I want to preface by saying that. Secondly, I want to also come back and say the reason how we got to option 4 is because that was a commitment that was made. And we said that we were going to give teachers a salary increase. And on top of that, to put the icing on top of that cake, couple it with a stipend. At the end of the day, we got to make sacrifices. And if you ask me where we make the sacrifice, I'm going to always point and say we make the sacrifice for our teachers and for our students. And then we're going to have to figure that out, how we continue that impact inside of those classrooms and around our district. They will always come first in any decision that I make on this board. In any case of whatever option we choose, quarterly workshops around the budget moving forward, that's going to be a priority. It doesn't matter what option we choose, and I just want us to know moving forward so that way we don't find ourselves in a place where the community doesn't know what's going on, board members are confused, and we're just working around the clock and working around each other. There are going to be several things that are going to change and take place over the course of the next year to ensure that this situation does not happen again. I want us to be just very, very clear about that part. But I want us to understand that whatever option we go with, we have two very valuable options that are going to benefit our workers, as well as how it impacts us out of our classroom. But I will say, in terms of retaining teachers and recruiting teachers, we have to give them some level of leverage to know that we support them and we appreciate them, which is why you have both of the options that have been selected tonight. So I'm looking forward to the conversations. I'm looking forward to the modifications and changes that we have to make as we strum through our budget and continue to do so. We've been saying this since day one. I know I have, is that we are not done yet. We are not finished yet. Until we get to a point where we say we approve and we get enough board members to get behind it, that's where we're going to be at. But we're going to continue to talk to the public. We're going to continue to have town halls. We're going to still have a summer budget workshop that we have coming up on the 22nd. We're going to continue to go to work for the people of East Baton Rouge Parish. So I'll stop there. School Board Member Nathan Rush, you're in the queue.
I just want to ask if Madam Secretary could read the item that's currently on the floor.
substitute motion to call a special meeting on July 13th to make a recommendation for advertising and final consideration at a later meeting of the board.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you were finished or not. You caught me in la la land. All right, that wraps up our board comment. Now we will go to Madam Secretary for a vote on the substitute motion.
Please vote.
Yeah, I think we may have to do a roll call. Mine hasn't come up either. And Coach, you said yours timed out? Yeah. Yeah, I tried to refresh it and come up. Yes.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
No.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
No.
District 3, Ms. Powell.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
No.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
No.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Kennison.
Yes.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. At this time, this meeting is now adjourned, and we will move forward into our committee of the whole. Madam Vice President, you have the gavel.
Good evening, everyone. Let's take a 5-minute recess and we'll begin shortly. We are officially beginning Committee of the Whole for tonight, July 6th, 2023. If I can have your attention, please. If I can have your attention, please. We are officially beginning Committee of the Whole for today, July 6th. As we begin the meeting, I will go ahead and share the time restrictions, considering that it is already 6:38. We will entertain board comments with 3-minute time restraints and public comment at 1-minute time restraint. We also have one of our public comment cards, Ms. Candida Sims. If you are present, will you please let us know what agenda item you will be addressing? We don't have that listed on your card. Okay?
May I object to the 1-minute public comment for at least item 1?
For at least item 1, is Mr. Shamlin? Mr. Shamlin, can we set 2 different time restraints, I guess? If we're gonna do like for item 1, should there? Okay.
Per the policy, you can shift the time during the meeting as the board president did in the previous meeting.
Okay.
If needed, but just make sure you announce it clearly to the board and to the public.
Okay. So I will honor that. If that's the case, we can have our original time restraints of 5 minutes for board comments and 3 minutes for public comment. For item 1, or item C1, is that what you're referring to? For item C1. Okay. And then also, April, did we get Ms. Candida, Ms. Sam straight? C1. Okay. All right. Excellent. So this meeting is now called to order, and Okay, and we will now have a roll call.
District 2, President Lannis. District 2, President Lannis. District 3, Vice President Powell.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr.
Present.
Okay. District 8, Ms.
Trying to speed it
Kennison.
along here.
Here.
District 9, Mr. Martin.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Alphabet B, unfinished business. Item 1, policy, KF, use of school facilities. Consideration of a request for the approval of policy KF, use of school facilities. Do we have a motion? Okay, it has been moved by President Lanus and seconded by Mr. Russ. Comments from the board? Mr. Russ.
Yeah, since this is an item that I've helped produce, just want to give some feedback and clarity around the item. I was brought the facility policy attention from someone that works at one of our schools, and just pointed out, you know, the administration was doing their best to enforce the policy as written, but it kind of provided some opportunity for clarity, for some improvements, and so at many levels, and Mr. Gonzalez can clarify, I see he's walking in, the administration took the opportunity to say, hey, look, we think we have a lot of opportunity to make improvements to this, to make it work better, to provide clarity on some things, to help the schools do their part of, you know, managing their facilities and the use of the facilities. And so there's a lot of changes, but I believe ultimately it helps the people running our schools to do a better job of bringing the public into our space. You know, we are a public organization. Our facilities belong to our taxpayers. We want them to utilize them. I believe that should be our philosophy, and so this policy, or the improvement in this policy, will help our administrators do that and do it effectively. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments in the queue, we will now turn to comments from the public. Seeing none, returning to comments from the board, Mr. Gode.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Mr. Rust and the others who worked with him on this policy update. You know, too often the policies just sit and collect dust and they don't get looked at and updated. But I just wanted to thank him for the effort he put into this, and those who helped you with that. So good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments, if we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Okay. Alphabet C, items for consideration. Number 1, superintendent contract negotiation. Consideration of a request to authorize the board president to begin discussions with Dr. Narcisse, a negotiating attorney, regarding the terms of a contract to replace the current contract that exists between Dr. Narcisse and the East Baton Rouge School Board upon its expiration. Further, this motion also authorizes the board president to appoint a committee of up to 4 board members to review all details of the contractual negotiations prior to the final vote for approval. Such contractual review by the committee may only begin after the holding of a board workshop, the purpose of which is to come to a set of priorities, including annual and long-term performance objectives for the superintendent to be contained in such a contract proposal. The board workshop shall be held at any time at the pleasure of the board president, but no later than August 5th, 2023. Although the committee may begin its review of all contractual details with Dr. Narcisse, no recommendations regarding a proposed contract shall be made to the board until final approval of the 2023-2024 general fund budget and 2023-2024 special fund budget by the board. Mr. Lanus.
I would like to move
Yes.
with 2 words different. I would like to substitute the word group for committee, because committee is a legal term in here which has open meetings law implications and things like that. So I would like to move the motion as written, but with the word group substituted for committee where the committee is used twice.
Okay, so I was under the impression, Mr. Lanus, that you may have needed to have spoken to your item and then possibly made a motion, or how does that?
No, once the item's read into the record, a board member may make a motion.
Okay. So
Yeah.
Okay.
with the exception of 2 words.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay,
It's his motion.
all right. It has been moved by Mr.
You can second
Godey.
it.
Is there a second?
No, okay. If he doesn't second, I second.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Godey, seconded by Mr. Baloo. Now, Mr. Lanus.
Thank you. So I wanted to preference this conversation tonight because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of public comment around this particular item. I just want to ensure the public that before we make any moves, because I know this is going to come up, before we make any moves in this negotiation process, the budget has to be approved. So no recommendations can be submitted before the public or before our board before we get through the budget. The reason why that is the case is because that is the priority right now. And I didn't want anyone to feel, or the board didn't want anyone to feel as though we are prioritizing the superintendent's contract over our employees who have been waiting to get continuity around what our budget proposal is going to look like. I also preference and say that we are now in a juncture within our district where if we get this wrong, we will be in a process or a position where we would have went through 4 superintendents in a 3-year time span. That is completely chaotic. It does not add stability to this district. It creates even more uncertainty around what it is that we do. And we have a lot of things that we have done very well, but we don't talk a whole lot about across our district over the course of the last 2 years. So I just wanted to preface that conversation there. This does not halt or stop the process of our budget being assessed with several eyes, including our public being included inside of that process. But what it does do is it adds continuity and stability to our students and our teachers. We need that more than anything across our district. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. Ms. Kennison.
Thank you. Let's see. So this would be the 4th time that this item has come across our desks in the last 6 months. The first time where it nearly made it to a special meeting was literally 10 minutes after we were sworn in, 6 of us brand new. I try not to make judgments at all, but especially too quickly. But you know, if you're hired on and the same day you start managing employees and they ask for things from you, more money or job security beyond what is reasonable on the first day, it makes you question a lot of things. It didn't end up being on the table until now, but still, the contract is not up for a year. It's premature. We are, as we've seen in the last couple of hours, neck deep in budget discussions. Lots of things we haven't figured out. We have 6,000 people that are wondering if they're going to get any sort of a raise or even keep their jobs. Why we're talking about the superintendent's contract tonight is beyond me. the timing of this is something to consider. Any decent leader, when faced with scarcity, would gladly put their personal interests aside to make sure the wellness of the group is taken care of first. I will refrain from making any personnel evaluation comments here, but let's look at what Mr. Lannis just talked about, that we need continuity, that we need stability. A lot of opinions, positive opinions about the leadership here. Pardon me, I lost my train of thought for a second. Let me not finish that sentence. I forgot what I was saying. I'm sorry. A lot of people who are happy with what is happening, they suggest it is because of the big changes we're making, that the superintendent is making. Large-scale changes, sometimes for the sake of just doing things differently. We have a lot of people commenting on that, like, let's just try something else. We need to look at what's working and what's not working. We need to look at changes and programs that have been initiated by the superintendent, if they just look good on paper or if they're actually doing good things for kids, or is there some detriment happening with certain students. Again, I'm trying to keep it above board, but it's obvious that the leadership we have, there's a lack of organization, there's a lack of sustainability in a lot of ideas that are being steamrolled through this board.
So, Ms. Kennison, I'm going to cut you off for a second. You know, we discussed this. I want to caution you and the other board members about any personnel.
Sure, yeah.
Any evaluation of the superintendent.
Sure, I'm trying.
That's okay. That's right.
Let me shift. Let me go back to just the timing of it. Now is not the time. His contract's not up for a year. We do not have to decide on a new superintendent until December. And let's all not forget that just 2 weeks ago, he was out of state vying for another position and was happy to say goodbye to all of this. And for us to be begging for him to stay at this moment is completely inappropriate. We need to worry about our teachers and our students, and I would hope that our superintendent would be more concerned with our teachers, our students, our staff, our budget, and all the things that go along with it. I'd like to make a substitute motion deferring this item for 60 days while we figure out budgets. Also, six of us are new and we have not done any employee evaluation. The timing, like the sequence of how these things are supposed to happen, we should evaluate him before we start talking about renegotiating his contract. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to defer this item for 60 days with the intention of doing an evaluation between now and then.
Okay, so it has been moved by Ms. Kennison that we defer this item for 60 days with the intentions of engaging in an evaluation of our superintendent. Is that correct in my wording? Okay. Is there a second? Okay, all right. Seeing none, then we will return to the original motion, which is to continue with the item C1. Okay, all right. Coach Lewis.
First of all, let me say this. One of the reasons I'm sitting here tonight is because of what I've seen in Dr. Narcisse. I've watched this school district since I moved to this city. And he's the first superintendent that I've seen who had the courage to ask for forgiveness instead of permission. Now, if you've ever been around athletics, you know, you do what you got to do, and if people don't like it, well, I'm sorry. But I did what had to be done. And I saw that in him. I had no intentions of running for this seat after I ran and lost in 2018. No intentions whatsoever. Then I started watching the way he was doing things, trying to make this school district relevant. And Mr. Atlantis was right. We had gone through superintendent after superintendent after superintendent, and nothing was happening. There was nothing to excite people about being a part of East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. Maybe that's why the enrollment has dropped 20% in the last 5 years. Again, I understand too how people may see it as, excuse me, why you want to negotiate this contract, and we're where we are. Well, everybody needs security. Everybody needs assurance, including our teachers. And we've discussed that for over an hour tonight about making sure our teachers are assured and taken care of. But we've got to have someone who is willing to step out front and lead. Someone who's willing to step out front, lead, take the chance, do the things that haven't been done in this district in a long time. You know, someone came to the podium last week and they talked about some of the things we were doing were 10 years behind some of the other parts of the country. You're probably right. I think it was the young lady said, you're right. But we've been stagnant here for 47 years. So finally we got somebody that's willing to try to move us forward. And people don't want to change if they're comfortable. If you're comfortable, you don't want to change. I'm comfortable driving my 6-speed, then when I drive my wife's automatic, I'm uncomfortable because I'm not used to driving it. I want to shift gears every time I get to a red light. Yeah. Shift gears? Okay. I don't know how to quite take that, but oh, she was okay. All I'm saying is that we've got to move the district forward. We've got to move the district forward, and at the same time, we've got to take care of everybody involved. There's nothing to say that this board can't do two things at one time. There's no reason that we can't do and accomplish two tasks at one time. And before I close, President Lance, I want to make an amendment to the wording. You said a group of four, Mike, a group or a committee of four? Up to four. I would like to maybe change that and we can reword it where maybe council, because this is a 9-member board. And I think all 9 members should have. No. Let me finish. Maybe council can meet with 3 members at a time or 2 members at a time, just to keep everybody in the loop. To keep everybody in the loop so everyone knows what's being said. We can all voice our concerns, our opinions, or what we want to see or what we think is relevant. And if I don't know how that can be done, Mr. Shamlin, the language can change to where the council can meet with, I don't know, 3 members at a time.
As the maker of the motion, may I the only thing I would say is it's very difficult to do a negotiation in that way. Now, I think you can say, ask the president to have weekly or bi-weekly meetings with members of the board to let them to give them input on progress and other things about the contract. That's totally okay.
Okay, well,
If that's what you're after, that's totally
that's
fine.
what I'm after, because just the wording that group or committee of 4, to me, it sounds like you're excluding
No,
5 people.
no, not the intent at all.
Okay, like my intent was not to.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. So, but again, we really need to move forward, and you know, I've had some great jobs and went and interviewed for other jobs and came back, and still did a great job. It's not impossible. And who sitting in this room making $90,000 and had the opportunity to go make 190 wouldn't go and investigate? Raise your hand. Well, Big Brown, you different. Okay? But, I mean, who wouldn't?
Go.
I'm done. Ms. Lewis.
Well, the other Miss Lewis, make sure you let us know when she sends you that text message to follow up on your statement.
So for clarification, there
Yes.
was no change to the motion?
No, it's just language. Language. Okay, cool.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other board comments, we will now turn to comments from the public. First up, Ms. Jackson, Ms. Fairley Jackson.
Thank you so much. Fairley Jackson, District 5. Our superintendent has said many things in the past 2.5 years that I've agreed with and supported. But there's one statement that stood out to me on June 15th when he addressed the board and the community of Broward County. And he said that transparency equals trust. I hope that this is a guiding principle for our superintendent and for all of you on this board today and moving forward. Now that we have the evaluations of our superintendent made public only as the result of his rightful desire to move to another district and obtain employment there, it's clear the process for evaluating our superintendent is less than transparent, at the very least problematic. This falls at the feet of the board before you and your incumbent colleagues. However, you as the current board and our returning officials, you can change this, and you should. Have input in this process for it to be transparent, while still honoring the privacy requested by our superintendent. That reads to me in the contract, you all are supposed to agree with the superintendent. That means a public process, a vote. Come up with a process. Have the public be a part of that process, not 4 people, not a rolling quorum of this group and then this group, because that's what this sounded like a minute ago. Please know, you all work for us. The superintendent works for you, but we're all in this together, and we all deserve a voice here. This has been a struggle. I'm totally going off my notes here. The last 6 months have been tough. I really feel for our new board members, all of you, really. But I feel for our community, I feel for our kids, I feel for our teachers. This is not the time to even open negotiations. And I'm with you, Coach. We can do more than one thing. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. But you know what? Let's not. Let's actually have priorities and say, we're going to come up with a process that involves every board member and every community member before we even talk about hiring someone, because that's what you're doing. You're hiring someone. Find out how you're going to interview them first. Figure out what the job needs to be. Talk to each other, talk to the public, come up with that process, not objectives, not goals, process. That's what it says in the current contract that the board never did. Look at the contract. I sent you all that email yesterday. I know I send y'all a lot of emails. Things get lost. Please take a look. Don't do a contract negotiation. Start an evaluation process. We're all raw. This community is raw. Please, let's all do this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Okay, I'm going to actually call on the next 3 people so that you'll be prepared when the previous speaker ends their comments. The first would be the Chancellor, Pierre, then Dr. Hurd, and then Mr. Big Brown Jackson. Joseph. Big Brown, look, that tells you that we haven't met yet, huh? Sorry about that.
Good evening. I'm here because I've had a chance to work with the superintendent since he's come to Baton Rouge and really been involved in some very innovative programs and opportunities that really benefit students. And we have to always be focused on student-centered outcomes. The first time I saw his plan about pipelines into the future for careers, I said, wow, this superintendent here has something that I've not seen ever discussed. And we were able to get him to places and offer scholarships for students like at the Ag Center, where students in East Baton Rouge Parish have an opportunity to get scholarships that pay for all of their expenses. And we've just seen the burden on student debt that so many students face in going to college. Well, he brought a process where East Baton Rouge school students didn't have that opportunity. And there's so many different ways that he has brought innovation to this district. And this district, for a long time, has been stale, has not pushed forward with innovation. I know I was involved on the other side in a school desegregation case that ended roughly about 20 years ago. And at that time, that case was 47 years old. And so now we're talking about from 1956 to now, 67 years. And he has been pushing for equity for all students. And that's very, very important. So I urge the board to enter the contract negotiation with Dr. Narcisse. He's a very innovative leader, and rarely do we see them here in Baton Rouge. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Hurt.
Glory to God. My name is Dr. LaFonda Hurd, and I am a United Faith leader. I just want to say that I'm in agreement with starting the negotiations for Dr. Narcisse. I want to say so much more, but I won't. And I yield my mic.
Mr. Joseph.
Oh, she got my name right.
Don't hold it against me, please.
Why not? Met my man a while back, and when they asked, what can Brown do for you? I work at UPS. We've been doing a lot of stuff in EBR many a time. Many a time we just go to the school and do it and keep going. He called me up one day and said, hey man, you need to let them know what we're doing in EBR in partnership with UPS. During the pandemic, we donated over $2 million worth of PPEs to EBR school system. I didn't care about the publication or whatever. He said, hey, Big Brown, they need to know that you guys are being partnered with EBR. I say, okay, cool. Well, let me tell you something about this guy. I've been going to the table many summers because kids during the summer can't go anywhere because parents can't afford summer camp. If your parents got 5 kids, that's $100 per child a week. You think about it. I call him up on the phone, I say, we need to get this done. So I got him, the school, I got him, Big Buddy, Breck, and hey, the Y. I say, hey guys, look, I don't have a PhD, I have GOD. Since I have GOD, I say, y'all make it happen. The next day, Dr. Narcisse said, I got a plan. Let's put it together. They tried it this summer. It worked. So when you're negotiating things, guys, and trying to see what people are doing, Sometimes you don't see everything that he's doing. Wildwood Elementary School was a D- school. I went to Wildwood and made a promise. And next thing you know, a B+ school. I asked him to come out with the support. He came. I called Moan on the phone and said, look, I'm gonna ask you a question. Can he do the Cupid Shuffle? She said, Big Brown, I don't know, but we're gonna try. He came out. He did the Cupid Shuffle. We'll lead it. But let me tell you something. You're right. We got something here now. Why waste time to negotiate? Let's make it happen. EBR have been going through things over year. We got something here. He's good for the community. And guess what? If he has stability and he knows it, why he don't need to go look. But he needs to know that we're here for him. If all the UPS employees can be here for him, so you guys can. That's it.
Thank you. Before we get into the next few comment cards, Doc, you know I have to ask. So, you do the Cupid Shuffle?
You got 2 left feet.
As a part of the requirement, Vice President Powell have gotten better. There's a video for evidence.
Okay.
But he can eat a Cuban sandwich.
Not the shuffle, but the Cupid sandwich.
Yes, indeed. Okay, moving on to the next few comments. Ms. Barbara King, Mr. Adam Knapp, and Ms. Evelyn Ware Jackson.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara King, and I'm with the United Faith Leaders. And I'm so glad that I followed Mr. Brown, because all I want to say is that I voice his sentiments, and I too am in agreement with the negotiation the conversations beginning to start the negotiation for the renewal of Dr. Narcee's contract.
Thank you. Mr. Knapp.
Good evening. My name is Adam Knapp. I'm the CEO of the Baton Rouge Area Chamber. Our organization, and on behalf of our board of directors, we come also in support of encouraging contract negotiations to begin to retain Superintendent Narcisse. I will say, from the moment that he arrived in Baton Rouge and he came to see us, he put us on notice that we as a business community have not been doing this district the service that it requires to be much more engaged with you as a district about what are the needs of the business community. And he showed us examples from places he has been in other parts of the country, especially in Nashville. We saw similar examples in Jacksonville, Florida, where the business community really stepped up and built broad-based, diverse coalitions of leaders to help talk about what is the engagement obligation of business with education. And we responded accordingly. With that first month when he arrived, we built something that started small and has now grown to hundreds of businesses that lines up very closely with the Pathways to Bright Futures project that your district has created, trying to make sure that there is deep monthly engagement of business executives and then really articulating the needs of business, but also understanding the opportunities for students. We are now spending additional dollars to bring on 2 additional staff purely dedicated to helping businesses set up internships for students of the district. We're going to continue to do that. But we do that largely because of the passion and the commitment that he has pushed us to bring. And then his staff have really rallied around that work. And I just wanted to bring this moment to say, with a chorus of others, we're proud to hear, really supporting the work that he has done for the district and also the push that he has given us to be better as an organization in lining up and doing things we can to be supportive. We have also seen that has happened not just with issues related to workforce and career, but we've seen it on projects that we are working on with the district related to early childhood education and how to look forward to additional capacity and expansion around literacy and the importance of that, and making sure that the business community is deeply engaged in those conversations. And we've seen it very recently in new conversations we're having around attendance and truancy and the connections that we have found in the work that we're doing through SafeBR, and trying to understand how does truancy and attendance really affect community long-term. And we have been really impressed that he has built leadership and the pressure that he's brought to us he brings to the district attorney, he brings to the mayor and others that we all have obligations to come to the table to rally behind connections for the district. And so with that, we encourage you to begin negotiations, and hopefully we'll be able to retain his leadership in Baton Rouge. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have former school board member, Ms. Evelyn Ware Jackson. Nice to see you, Ms. Jackson.
Good evening, everybody. Oops. Where's my thing? Sorry. Well, I didn't expect to be here until the board considered considered the offer to settle the state's redistricting case, but here I am a little bit early. I'm Evelyn Ware Jackson, District 5. And I believe that the board should consider whether or not you want to have Dr. Narcisse continue to work with you in the district after you have conducted your own evaluation. In any relationship, whether it's a working relationship, a friendship, or even a marriage, there's one common denominator for a successful relationship, and that is trust. And I have to say that the last board didn't have that. And I really would hope that you all would be able to develop that a lot better. Historically, transparency to the school board has been like holy water to a vampire. And that's been not good. So before you consider a renewal or an extension, especially this early in the game, you all need to decide on a clear process and conduct your own evaluation. You've had your 6-month honeymoon and your own experiences, and you haven't had the opportunity to evaluate performance and set objectives yourselves as a new board in this relationship. So I'm asking that you consider conducting your own evaluation before considering a contract renewal or extension, and I'd ask that you absolutely do not adopt that scrambled egg type of presentation that the former board received in December. Board members could barely find themselves in the report during our time in executive session unless we had our own copy of our own evaluation in hand. Broward County received more information than school board members here did. It seems a lot of work went into scrambling information when this board member was looking for transparency, and so was most of the public. So please take the time and the care to deliver this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Christopher Turner, Ms. Candida Sims, and Mr. Alvin Hulbert Jr.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Turner. I'm the Director of Mixed Reality, Virtual Innovation, and Gaming Esports Institute at Southern Law. My chancellor said it before, sir, you're our innovator. I knew it when I first got on a call with him, on a Zoom call. He wanted to meet the students where they were. Esports and gaming was that gateway. Then he rolled out the pathways. I'm for contract negotiations going forward. He's going to continue to do great things. I look forward to working with you in the future, and it's just been an awesome time to see. I'm a product of East Baton Rouge school system as a student, as a former worker, and the change has been awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sims.
Hello, Candida Bologna Sims, Vice President of East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators and an educator in the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. We need stricter objectives and standards for the superintendent. We need to be able to terminate the contract at any time or within a certain time frame due to no confidence. Teachers are held to extremely high expectations, and so should our superintendent. We should not be securing the superintendent's job before we take care of our children's future, which will be affected by whether or not we can secure educators. The superintendent went elsewhere to make sure of taking care of his family at other job opportunities, yet many loyal employees do not have a guarantee of their job placement. We should not be focusing on the agenda of the superintendent's contract until the budget is finalized. Lead and complete our budget. Negotiations of the superintendent's contract at this time with no budget is ill timing at best.
Thank you. Mr. Hubbard.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm gonna just be frank. I don't know how to be anything else. For me, for what he's done for myself and for the kids in my community, at my school, he's been a blessing. I was gone 2 years ago. I was gonna go to another school and work, and it wasn't about I guess I'm a pretty good coach, so it wasn't about that. He ended up being a public outpour on why I should not leave. He don't know me. Most of you don't know me. I don't know none of y'all, but he still found time to bring me in and talk to me and ask me why I was gonna leave. So I was a para, making like $18,000 a year. Okay, in my school, I got 2 kids and a wife. $18,000. It sucks. Also, go above and beyond for the kids in my school because it's just, I have a heart for it. So if it's me coming out of my pocket or doing anything, I do it. So, called me in, we had a meeting. I didn't end up going to the school and stayed. He made me a clerk, got me a little, made me where I needed to be, and also gave me an opportunity to knock out 24 hours so I can get my degree. So, I mean, if a man care about me like that, off the strength of what I am to my community, that mean a whole lot. I guess we kind of get everything lost in figures and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's about the people, right? So I'm just a small guy. That's it.
Thank you, Coach. Okay, Mr. Ricard, Mr. Lester Ricard, Ms. Destiny Bland. Destiny. Okay, Ms. Destiny Bland and Jaden Barton.
I'm gonna raise the mic a little bit. I'm a little taller than some of the other people who've gone. First of all, thank you all for having me. I'm not gonna be that long, but I just wanna speak about some of the positive things that we've had in our department as well as in this district. You know, for years I served as Scotlandville's head football coach and enjoyed my time in that position. And one of the things I always talked about, and Coach Hub, he can tell you this as well, is, you know, where's the support from this central office? Where's the support from South Forster? And I never forget sitting down with Dr. Narcisse and him telling me his goals and vision, not just for the academic side, but also for the athletic side. And we all know how this community is brought together when LSU is winning, when Southern is winning, when the Saints are winning. We all find a way to come together, and we all find a way to lock arms. And over the last year, what we've had is the additions of elementary sports, and I don't know if you all have had an opportunity to get out there to watch those young people play. It's a beautiful thing. Those kids get out there on Saturday mornings, enjoy life like you would never believe. And what you see through athletics, and I know I'm a testimony of what athletics can do for you. I went to Tulane University, not because I was the greatest student in the world, it's because I can throw a football 75 yards. And because I had that gift from God, it allowed me the opportunity to go on to put myself in my family position where I can be successful. And what athletics does, and you see these kids play, you hear principals talk about how the attendance is up through the additions of elementary sports. You see the students' GPAs are higher because of elementary sports. You see these students who are staying out of trouble at a much higher rate, and the students are accountable because you have people who are investing time in the success of these young people. And so I'm like Coach Hub said, I'm a small fly at 6'5", but I do agree that Dr. Narcisse has done a phenomenal job in giving our kids opportunities to be successful, not just in the classroom, but also in the sports world and the athletic world, because of how much sports and athletics means to these young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bland.
Good evening, great people. In my very first conversation with you, Dr. Narcisse, we met at the Leadership Institute last summer. You actually gave me your pendant off of your jacket because I wanted one. And I told you how much I support you, how you've come from bigger cities. I came from bigger cities. We've been some of the same places, and I believed in your vision. And I asked you, I said, I stand behind you, and what do I do when other people don't? And you looked me in my eyes and you told me, this too shall pass. That's what you tell them, that when I renew my contract, it'll show my loyalty and my commitment to this district. I went home 2 weeks ago heartbroken with tears because your words to me were broken. I have taken slack, so much of it, because you are a powerful Black man in this district, in this state, in this city. You are innovative and forward thinking, and you have brought programs to this place that they needed years ago. But you have to choose if you are going to bloom where you are planted. My desire is to be a consultant to the Secretary of Education for the United States of America. That's my ultimate goal. But with every small step, I choose to bloom where I'm planted. You cannot tell us that you are for the community, in the community, dedicated to the community, but also ready to jump ship. And even if it was not jumping ship, that is what it appears to be. So you have to be willing to go through it all. It's so much slack and so much that comes against us. Just being forward thinking, just being innovative, just being here for a people and a group of students that would have otherwise been left behind. But you have to choose that if they go forward with negotiations, you will choose to bloom where you are planted. That's what I ask of you. Thank you.
Before we proceed on with public comment, there is a statement that needs to be made by our board president.
Yes. This board wants to be extremely clear. If there is any teacher inside of this building, if there's any teacher that is at home watching, if there's any employee that feels the need to speak on any item that comes before this board, you are free to do so without any fear of retaliation. And what I would ask is if anything were to happen to you, report it to not only our board attorney, but also to all of our board members so that we can get in front of that. The idea of tonight is that we can have a comprehensive conversation amongst each other, whether it's uncomfortable or not, because this has to be said and it needs to be done. But I just wanted to be very clear that no one should have fear or that they will be retaliated against because they speak on the mic. So I would ask if there are any employees, if there are any teachers inside of this room that wants to speak but have a slight fear, please do so. Thank you.
Jaden Barton. Jaden Barton. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jaden Barton. I attend Scottsboro Magna High School. I'm going into my 12th grade year. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Narcisse to say thank you for all the opportunities you gave the students of EBR. I've been in the school system since pre-K. I haven't been given a lot of opportunities throughout my years, but going into my high school year, I was given an opportunity to become an intern at ExxonMobil. It has really given me an experience to decide my career path in life. It made me decide on what I want to be in the future, give me an experience that is priceless. I really just want to thank you. I've been at C-Tech. C-Tech helped me a lot too, deciding a career path and being an electrician or electrical engineer. And you really have helped me throughout my years of high school. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barton. Ms. Espinoza.
Good evening, everybody. I did so good. I did not get up here during that budget talk. But I am not against Dr. Narcisse's desire to want to continue his tenure here in East Baton Rouge Parish. What I am against is like what Ms. Kennison said, the timing. And it's all about perception and the community's perception. And I do agree that we can walk and chew gum, but we just had a meeting about 15 possible people that don't have jobs, but we want to negotiate and give him security. I don't understand that. And then we are okay with kicking the budget down the line, but we're not okay with just giving more time and saying, let's finish this part. Because unfortunately, the perception that I have is that when Dr. Narcisse left to go explore his options, things here in Baton Rouge got left behind. And if that is the case, and it's unfortunate that he's so busy that he can't look up, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm not knocking you, Dr. Narcisse. I support your innovations. I support some of the things that you put in place. My kids have benefited from the elementary program in summer. But we cannot just say, okay, we're gonna do all, because you've done all of these things, your needs usurp everybody else's too. That doesn't seem right. And I apologize, I did not know you were emotionally upset right now. So I apologize for that. I didn't see that. I was standing outside, so we only see who's talking on the video out there. So I apologize for that. But that's not my intention. I think it's wonderful. The young man who spoke from Exxon, I'm watching that. I follow it on Facebook. I follow it on YouTube. I think there are some great things happening. I do agree with that. But I think the timing is one that is not okay. Because I'm gonna say from behind me, I don't know who said it, but I know when I went and sat in that meeting, what I was told, you can go back in the room and teach. So why can't we tell the superintendent, you can wait till we finish this unfinished business before we start new business? Because this is new business. It's business that has to be done. Teachers are coming back into this building on the 1st of August. Children, if we're gonna put children first, then put them first. Adult needs are secondary. And if we don't negotiation of a contract, that should be the least of our concern right now if we really worried about kids.
Thank you, Ms. Espinoza. We have 4 public comment cards. First is Ms. Sabrina White, then Galen Mack, then Coach Eric Brown, and Ms. Shalace Epley. Ms. White.
Good evening, everyone. How are you all? I think that the priorities of our children is in the dark. I'm concerned about when school starts in August, those schools will not be clean. Your children that go to these schools, your teachers that teach these students will not be able to teach in a dirty environment. I have worked with the school board. As a matter of fact, I was here when Charlotte Plancide was here. And we need to do something. You're cutting custodians that's been there for years money.
Excuse me, Ms. White.
Yes.
Please remain in the
Oh,
words
I'm fine, baby. I'm fine. You don't have to tell me. I'm fine because I'm very professional.
No, ma'am, it's not an issue of professionalism, but we're on a particular topic.
And this is a topic I'm talking about. You said the children.
We're on the topic
children
of the superintendent's negotiation.
Exactly. So why would you negotiate that when your schools are not clean? Why would you try to negotiate that when you don't have the materials? When you walk into a school, you're supposed to see glass. We worried about his salary at this time, and don't get me wrong, I'm with that, but the kids come first. Your schools come first. And I am so Louisiana. We don't want championships. Let's win. Let's make it. Let's do better. We're arguing about something, and you say the children are first. Let's show them. You all be blessed.
Thank you, Ms. White. Okay, Ms. Mack.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Galen Mack, and I am the proud Executive Director of the Big Buddy Program, and a member of BRAIN, the Baton Rouge Area Youth Network. We have worked very closely with Dr. Narcisse since he's been here, and I personally have worked with, I think now, 5, 6, 7 superintendents. I've been in this district for quite some time, and I have watched different superintendents come in with different ideas and excitement, and I got excited when I met Dr. Narcisse. I did. I bit the apple and just was like, yes, let's go. I agree with one of the speakers that came on and said that the foundation of a relationship is trust. I have been in many meetings where Dr. Narcisse says he wants to stay. He wants to be here in EBR, and I trusted that. I want him to be here in EBR. So I was one of the surprised ones when the announcement came out and everybody, social media, Dr. Narcisse is applying in another district. But after being here today, after talking to some colleagues, I understand. I can understand. This district, board members, hasn't been very trusting. And I think that if we are really about promoting our young people and really seeing that they grow and learn, we have to take care of our leaders. He is the leader of this district. We have chosen him as such. We have to respect that and honor that until the time comes when we follow a process, or you all follow a process, and make a change. But right now, he is the leader. And if he's coming to us asking for stability so he can be comfortable and be here and take care of his family, I think we have to do that. I think we have to provide that. We have to start with the trust. We're the homegrown folks. We know how it goes here. And so we want to lend you our trust. I know I do. I want to say I trust you to be here until you say differently. And I'm hoping this board will do that and begin negotiations. Why are we even talking about and having, I feel like, a full evaluation today? I mean, this should be a no-brainer, right? This is his job. Yes, of course, we need to go on and stabilize that so we can work on the other things. And I did hear our president say that the budget is going to get done before we do the negotiations. So that's already priority. So I'm just going to urge the board to let's, be trusting. Let's move on and let Dr. Narcisse know that we want him to be here. If he decides to leave, then we know what to do. We've been through superintendent hiring, so we're really good at it. We're getting really good at it. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Good evening.
Believe it or not, I feel kind of hurt a little bit. Just listening to what I heard just from the past couple of young women. I've been going through this a long time. I started with Astroma High School, really Capital Middle also, and that's been at least 13 years. And it started with Bernard Teller. And after Bernard Teller, it came Warren Drake. And then Warren Drake, it went from Leslie Brown, Adam Smith, being knee case, and then we got Dr. Narcisse. And I'm gonna tell you now, I never blame not one for anything that happened with us in Baton Rouge. You know, any help that they brought, I was thankful for it. I mean, any help. And the thing about it, I don't blame the teachers, I don't blame the principals, I don't blame the board. Because I believe everybody got something to give. Everybody got to give something. Everybody got something to give. But as a black man, I know it's so hard. It's hard, you know. And I'm speaking heartfelt. It's hard. I mean, it's every day for me. It's hard. I mean, for the past 13 years, I feel like I gave up my life. And believe me, I lived good. I ate good. I drove good. I mean, I had a very good life, you know. And guess what? It's even better now because I'm helping kids. Might not have as much money as I want, you know. I hear teachers complain about the money. I wasn't making that. Now, I might have tripled and quadrupled what you made, but I wasn't making that what you're talking about now that you complain about. But what get me the most as a black man, we don't have one person, individual, that can help us as a black man, and that's a black woman. So when I see a black woman come here and just tear up a black man, it bothers me. You know, it almost makes me want to cry and go talk to my mother because I know that's who I have for me. So believe it or not, when a black man look at a black woman, sometimes he look at her like that's his mother. So think about it. So every time somebody come from out that door or when I go back there, because that's where the stuff go on at. That's why I hear, you know, it's hard not to say nothing when I still see a black woman tearing up a black man. We got to step up as black folks and take care of ourselves before we worry about somebody trying to take care of for other people trying to take care of for us. I'm sorry, I'm getting tongue twisted, but I mean, it hurts. It hurts. It really does. And I don't know how y'all feel on this board. I don't care if you white, black, yellow, green. I'm telling you how it is in Baton Rouge. You know, this is a fight, and I'm thankful for all y'all. But just do your job. Don't get caught in the politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Epley.
Good evening, Dr. Cease and members of the board. I would just like to say that with the election, how many ever months ago, I think there were 6 new members elected. To me, that sends a message. I worked for one of the best politicians in the state, retired after 32 years of service, Senator Breaux did. I'm a person who likes to always give a person a chance and the benefit of the doubt. I see the good in people. From my observations and keeping up with the board meetings, I would just say the community, like the nation, is divided. If you decide to move on with Dr. Narcisse's contract, I would just urge the board to help him bring people together, because I don't sense a feeling of everyone being a part of the team. Senator Breaux had very little turnover on his staff. People started with him and retired with him. And it takes a good leader to be able to do that. And I just see teachers and parents, and I realize that you're always going to have complainers. But I would just urge the board to help Dr. Narcisse plant some seeds in the community and bring your family down from Maryland, because that says to people in Louisiana, I'm really here. Right now, we're like, we don't know. I mean, you know, the kind of got hot in the kitchen and you applied to another job. I like innovation.
but you can't shove it down people's noses and faces. I mean, it takes consensus to build that. So I hope that, and I agree with Ms. Kinnison, I think the timing is off because I think you've given a message to your entire staff and faculty that, you know, we don't care if you're up in the air, but let me get, you know, my base covered. So that's all I have to say. And I wish you well in whatever you do, and I want you to be a success. I lived in Texas, Houston, big city for 20 years. I came back here, and in my opinion, there's a lot lacking as far as public education. So, you know, I don't bring ill will. I just would urge you to really reach out and try to build bridges. It's easy to get people to line up and speak for you in your position. I know that very well. So just, you know, try to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment cards, we will now return to comments from the board. President Lanis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. As I said before, and I tried to preface this before we went into this discussion, I knew this was not going to be an easy conversation tonight because there are some lingering sentiments that over the course of the last few months. But what I would like to take my time and do is add some context to a lot of what we talked about tonight. First, I want to start off with the past process. In the past, the process of renegotiating a superintendent's contract did not involve a committee or a group of people coming together so we can make that process as transparent as possible. In the past, that process was laid at the hem of whoever the president was. To change that process this time and add continuity and transparency, that's the reason why we wanted to ensure that multiple school board members could have their hands on it, see it, give input, and talk as we deliberate around what does that look like. Number two, this is an item to start discussion around what negotiations are going to look like. This does not start the negotiation process. In fact, if we go back and we read the item again, what it says is the budget, not just general, but the special revenue budget has to be approved before we can even start the conversation around negotiations. So this is just to start the discussion. I just wanted to be clear about that. And I also want to talk about the negotiating time. Even when we start the recommendations for the negotiations of the contract, we don't know how long those negotiations are going to take. They can take 2 months, it can take 3 months, it can take 6 months, depending on what the counter is, depending on where we land at. But again, we're going to be transparent in this process. Now, I do want to take some time to give some context to the last superintendent that we had and talk about his extension. That extension was made 11 months before his contract was up. The reason why is not because we're trying to fast track this. The standard period of time for which you bring forth a superintendent's contract is when you get to that year mark. Because if you get to 6 months, and let's say you don't renew, you're left without a job, and now you have to go through a totally different process. But I will add this, and this is where, for me, it gets more emotional, because we have to be realistic about the history of our district. I love this district. I lived here my entire life. I'm a product of the school system, and now I sit at the helm of this board, and I get to speak on behalf of the community that we serve. We had the longest desegregation order in the country right here in East Baton Rouge Parish. What that spells out and what that tells me is that we did not prioritize black and brown kids. Now, I'm not making this about color, but I have to speak facts or truth to power on this one. We did not prioritize black and brown kids. What I can tell you is, since Dr. Narcisse has been there, that has been a priority. We have over 450 kids now in internships in several of the largest companies around East Baton Rouge Parish. Before he came here, dual enrollment numbers were at 400 students enrolled. Only 30% of that number were black and brown kids, even though 76% of our student population are black and brown kids. That fell at the hem of Dr. Cito Narcisse. When we talk about dual enrollment now, the first year we started off dual enrollment, we were at 2,000 seats that students were dual enrolled. Now we're at 6,000. Let me spell out what that means. When a kid walks across the stage in 3 years, they're gonna have an associate's degree in one hand and a diploma in another hand. Historically, black and brown kids have not had the same opportunity and access to get to college because it either cost too much or they had to take care of their family. He has introduced this into our district where they get this before they graduate high school. That has to mean something here. When the superintendent got the U.S. Secretary of Education that came to our district for the first time ever, he walked several schools, saw the Pathways program, and literally his words were, "This needs to be duplicated around the country." Don't take my word for it. Coach Lewis was there when we went to D.C. for the Council of Great City Schools. Madam VP was there. Everybody at this council, and these are the largest urban districts in the country, they said that EBR is leading the work. That was not the conversation before Dr. Narcisse came here. We just have to be clear about some things. I was mad, heated, when I found out that Dr. Narcisse wanted to leave. But add context to the conversation. Broward County, in 30 days that he put his name in, named him a finalist, the 6th largest district in the country. That tells us that we have something working right here inside of this district. Let's be clear about that. Are we fast-tracking this process? We absolutely are not. This is going to be one of the most transparent processes that we have ever had around a superintendent extension of a contract or to create a new contract. I want our district to just be understood in that. The priority here is the budget. It is our kids, because at the end of the day, we have too many lingering decisions that we have to make. And I second something that I heard, I'm sorry, and I know I'm going over, Madam VP, and I'll finish here. I'm second something that I heard a school board member, Nathan Russ, say on the radio. And he said that this is not an easy process to get through. Our community has seen a lot in the last 3 months, but we still have a job to do at the end of the day. And if we can't add stability to this district and show the people around our district that we're putting them first, by making sure that we have a leader at the helm to drive us into the next year and for years to come, we have some problems on our hands. And that's what we want to give back, continuity and stability, because that's what we need now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue. I just simply wanted to read a statement that is at the end of this particular item. It should be the last 2 sentences. The board workshop shall be held at any time at the pleasure of the board president, but no later than August 5th, 2023. Although the committee may begin its review of all contractual details with Dr. Narcisse, no recommendations regarding a proposed contract shall be made to the board until final approval of the 2023-2024 general fund budget and 2023-2024 special fund budget by the board. My sentiments are very similar to Mr. Lanus's sentiments, and I will say this to you as well, Dr. Narcisse. Aside from me being a school board member, I'm an educator. I don't think I've hidden that from anybody. I will say that as a person who came up to the mic as a public commenter, came forward and shared that this should have been the 6-month honeymoon period, I would barely call it a honeymoon, if at all. We have had a lot of heavy lifts in the last 6 months. In the midst of that, we have had good, we have had bad. Dr. Narcisse has, number one, encouraged me quite a bit in what might need to be my next steps as an educator. But then at the same time, he'll tell you as well that he got a chance to meet CC from Scotland. Because what happened was, when we don't provide what we say that we're going to provide, and it was in regards to providing what teachers needed as support, I told him he was going to meet CC, am I correct? And we had it out. I shed some tears. I used some ungodly words, Dr. Dangerfield.
She did.
And then at the same time, we get back to taking care of business. Many of you know that I wrote a public statement. Within that public statement, what I shared was that until we get this right for teachers, that I have no comment in regards to the superintendent's contract negotiation. I started my statement tonight with Mr. Lanus's recommended action and the last two sentences, which talk about that we're going to wait until after we finish the budget process. So with that in mind, when we think about everything that I've just mentioned in context, there is no reason why we can't continue to move forward in this, where we have to start a conversation. This is not saying that we will end the conversation. This is not saying that everything is going to work the way that some of us think that it should. But at this point, with these two statements, we need to begin, and we can begin, because this will not take place until after the budget. And I'm saying it on record, I'm saying it on the mic, so that way everyone will understand. You can go back and watch the recording. Y'all know that I will tell you that anytime, any day, that we have stated that what is stated in this particular recommended action is that this conversation will not be fulfilled until after the budget. So if that means that our board president, if we decide to vote on this item, we're saying that our board president has the right, with a committee of 4, whomever that committee is, group, thank you, that's what we changed it to. Look, and I have it written here. Group of 4 to begin talking about what needs to take place after the budget, after we have approved the budget. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to. Right, so with other members, making it a group instead of a committee. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we clearly understand what is in this writing. Whatever it is that we choose to do as a body, we need to understand what the implications are and what that process entails. Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you to our leadership for providing clarification around this item. I want to thank the public for your comment on this item. There is and always will be lots of different perspectives around our leadership in every part of our community, and it deserves to be heard, deserves to be considered by your board, and I appreciate that. I will caution, and I'll say this is not Dr. Narcisse's evaluation tonight, so I reserve any of my opinions on our superintendent, good or bad, because it's not the time or the place. We have an item before us. I want to say that I support this item, and I want to explain why. The reality is that our leadership can decide tomorrow that they're going to take this process into their hands, as they have the authority and the right, and begin those negotiations if they chose, as is historically has been done. But our leadership has, over the past 6 months, realized the importance of evolving the processes that this board does its work, by ensuring that more board members' opinions and feedback are considered in discussions, as well as making things more transparent for the public. So I believe that a process for doing that is lined out. I'm under no qualms that it's going to be a perfect process, but it's certainly going to be better than what's happened in the past. There's going to be a board workshop that will be open to the public for observation and for people to come and listen, where the board will be able to set its priorities for our superintendent and carve a path forward. That is very important work. But furthermore, he's outlined the point that this work won't begin until the more important work is done, which is something that I have asked for, and other members have asked for from our leadership, that we get past our budget before we move to that item. When the budget is done, I believe very firmly that we have to move swiftly in delivering stability to our district, whatever that looks like. I also understand that it may take time to negotiate and build consensus among our board about what's important to us in a superintendent and a leader, to allow our board to speak with its community and ask those questions before we make a really big decision, one of the biggest decisions this board will have to make since it has been formed in January. But we got to hit the ground running. right? We don't have time to waste. And one of my complaints since I've been a board member, just about being a board member, like not pointed at anybody in particular, is that I never get enough time to make decisions. Our leadership is trying to allow the board time to make important decisions and also do it with transparency. For that reason, I support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote.
Schoolman Martin at Q.
Oh.
Oh. Gotcha. Sure, want to speak? Okay.
And in the recommended action, everywhere that says committee needs to be changed to group.
That's correct.
Okay.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Okay, considering the amount of time that we have spent on our agendas thus far, we will now go back to our abbreviated time restraints. And so this will be, we will entertain 3 minutes per board member for comments and 1 minute per public commenter. Okay? All right, so item 2, grants, early childhood. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following 2023-2024 early childhood grants. Alphabet A, Student Enhancement Block AG in the amount of $388,235. Alphabet B, Community Network Lead Agency in the amount of $408,181.43. Alphabet C, Believe in the amount of $732,154. Alphabet D, Ready Start Networks in the amount of $522,412. Alphabet E, Early Childhood Guides in the amount of $200,000. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gode and seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board. Mr. Martin.
That was old.
Okay. All right, any other comments from the board? Coach Lewis.
Thank you. I may be asking this question a little bit prematurely, but on all these grants with the early childhood, under the methodology of measuring, we're using the same methodology to measure all these grants, and they're not all the same. I mean, we're talking about enrollment, measured monthly attendance, 10-day. Enrollment can also be measured through the October and February child count. I mean, there's a whole cottage industry in the schools about that 10-day count deal in the October and the February, how you get around that. I've seen that happen. Student progress measured by the goal student assessment. What's the goal student assessment? I mean, I'm sorry. There's all these grants. It seems like we're using the same yardstick to measure outcomes for all these different early childhood grants, and all these programs are different. They're trying to accomplish, literacy and math and science, but they're different. You can't use the same yardstick to measure every child that's involved in these programs. To my thinking, you can't. Now, if somebody can change my mind, take a shot at it. But I just don't think that you can use the same measuring stick for all these grants.
Thank you. Oh, you responded?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if board member Dr. Griffin can come up. Can you explain to the board what how we are measuring early childhood, because I know it's a variation. Goal is kind of the assessment on what kids do, but there's also other metrics we're looking at about parents bringing kids to school and all those pieces. Can you share that a little bit with the board?
Yes, sir. So as you stated, Dr. Narcisse, there is the GOLD metric. So that's how we measure the academic progress. So we have a progress monitoring tool that we do every 3 months. So it's a quarterly tool. And that's how we determine if the student is meeting, exceeding, or below expectations. So that's GOLD, and that's required by LGOE. And then, so that's the student measurement. Another measurement that we use is the class assessment tool, and that is the tool that we use to measure the interactions between the teachers and the students. And so that's when assessors come in twice a year to measure the teacher using that tool. And so that is a tool that we use, and that also is how we get our performance profile rating for each site. And then the last measurement is if the students are even coming to receive the services, because pre-K isn't a required grade. One of the metrics that we use is their attendance, to note if the attendance is something that is also garnering their success.
So can I have one more too? And one other metrics that's not a measurable in terms of tests is we're looking at, which we're going to be looking at going into the further years, kids that go into our program that actually enroll into our school system. So as kids go into those to early childhood, they have choices. And so the whole strategy on trying to build early childhood across the district is so kids can be not only prepared, but also choose to have a much better progression into our school system. So they're prepared much earlier. As you know, what you always hear is kids are not ready at the 3rd grade or kindergarten readiness. Well, we would argue that that happens because they either don't have access, and it's not just only a socioeconomic thing. It could be you have 2 parents who work all the time. There's a whole lot of different factors. And so that's another measurement that we're starting to look, because now we're going to have a progression of watching a cohort of children going in from ages actually 0 to 2 and then 3, 4 to see how that progression is happening.
And so we're going to be tracking these children.
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
Okay. And so in 3 years or 4 years before my term's up, I'd like to know, because right now there's over 1,000 3rd graders who are reading at least 2 years plus below grade level.
Yes, sir. We'll actually have the first data for that this fall.
And we would argue that what you're seeing is children who are a product of us now building a pipeline for them in the beginning. They're about, we would tell you they're about, even though our network is about 6,500 right now, but reality is we have about 12,000 kids across this entire parish that should be in early childhood, that we're just not moving fast enough. And I think that that's where we're trying to engage with LDOE and other partners to try to help us build that out.
And the growth rate, increase annual ELA math growth by 3 to 5% annually.
Coach,
What?
I'll give you about 30 seconds.
Oh, am I over time?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Oh, we're on short time?
Okay. I'm going
This
to
is
let
the last
Dr.
thing.
Narcisse reply.
One of the other pieces too, I know we talk about ELL, our fastest growing population in East Baton Rouge is our Hispanic population. We are about 14%, I think the number is now, is that correct? So, and I mean, when I started as superintendent, that number looked very different to where we are now, and it's going to continue, right? And so languages is becoming a huge gap that we're trying to work through. So we believe that this process helps with that for kids who are in early childhood, but then you also have kids who either come from another country going right into certain grades. So there's a whole context where I think we have an advantage compared to like New Orleans or other places, is that those populations are not fully established here yet. So there's still newcomers. So us building out this system has a long-term return on investment for them integrating our community much better.
And in doing that, Doc, you said enroll in our schools. So, our schools. Okay.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, comments from the public. Seeing none, we return to comments from the board. Okay, Coach, did you have another comment?
No, you didn't take it out.
Okay, seeing none, we will entertain a vote, and this is on item 2, grants early childhood. Please vote. The motion carries. Item 3, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, Early Childhood, B3, consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, lead agency, and the following. A, Kids Carousel at Crestworth Elementary in the amount of $195,000. Alphabet B, London Bridge at Westminster Elementary in the amount of $63,000. Alphabet C, Little Dreamers at Northeast Elementary in the amount of $63,000 to expand early childhood seats. Strategic Alignment, Student Achievement, Funding Source, Preschool Development Grant, PDG, Birth to 3, B3, Seats, Bridge Funding. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Ballou. Comments from the board? Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. Just a few questions about this. My first question is, do all 3 of these sites currently have early childhood programs?
Yes, Dr. Griffin, would you come up for Board Martin's question?
Yes, sir. So currently at Northeast, there's a pre-K-4 program, and the board approved for us to open the Micro Center, starting the infant to 2-year-old program last month. We've had a 3-year-old program at both London Bridge at Westminster and Kids Carousel at Crestworth for the last 2 years.
So will to accommodate this expansion, to the earlier ages, will any capital improvements be required? Have you already voted on those or anything like that, or anything like that?
No, sir. No, no improvements will be required, I should say.
All right. And how are these sites, 2 questions, how are these sites chosen, and then how are these providers chosen?
There is a coordinated funding request process, and we actually have to do a public posting of it in November, and then we have applicants turn in their applications by the first Friday of December. We've done that for the last 4 or 5 years. Once they turn in those applications, we have a blind scoring rubric. It's an analytic rubric, and we look at anything from how much they participate with our programs, the things that we require of them, if they have a marketing plan, if they can prove demand, if they have financial stability, because these are reimbursement grants. So we look at that in addition to their class scores, the gold scores that they have been submitting on behalf of their students at their sites, and then we make that determination.
That's how the providers are chosen?
Yes, sir.
And how do we decide which sites that we're offering the early childhood?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
There's 2 different questions.
Okay.
I shouldn't have combined them both into one.
Okay, so one of the things that Dr. Narcisse wanted to do is to make sure that we were leveraging all buildings that we have, facilities. So if we have a facility, a school that has space, and that we can prove demand, then that's where we would place that program. So that's how we choose the facilities, and that's how we chose Crestworth and Westminster, because they had the space the first couple of years, and now we know that Northeast has the space, and that's why we're trying to put the program there as well.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So I've entered the queue as well, and I just wanted to ask, I know you said that these are reimbursement grants.
Yes,
Will
ma'am.
you kind of give us some details around that?
Yes, ma'am. So one of the things we want to make sure when we're measuring attendance, in order for us to make sure that we are actually reaching the students and the students are getting some type of growth, they have to be there. So we provide reimbursement grants, meaning the student has to be there at least 74% of the time. And then at the end of the month, the program will claim that student, and that's how we will pay. We don't want to pay for a student that's not attending. So it's incumbent upon those programs to ensure that they are keeping the attendance records up.
So these are grants, though, correct?
These are grants from the state, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. And then also, I just had one other statement just in regards to some of the community that is serviced out in the Northeast area. I know that that's your district, correct? But still, I have quite a few friends and community members that live out that way that are waiting on the expansion of the program. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vice President Powell, can I just bring up something
Yes.
that I do think the board needs to think about a little bit? Right now, we service mostly at-risk students, right?
Yes.
We're about 94%. Am I right, Dr. Griffin?
Yes, sir.
But I do want to keep bringing up to the board, we have plenty of families that we don't service, and they may not fit that at-risk category, but they are in the southern part of the district. And I think there's a lot of nuances and complexities we have to think through that, because our schools in the south are much more packed than anything else. But I just want to bring that up, that that's something we'll have to think about in terms of equity across servicing families across the parish is something that we have to figure out, especially I bring this up, especially if you start to think about consolidations and those type of things. One thing I did talk to when we are starting to think about designing buildings or new buildings is if they create this space in the building as they're building it, that'll give us an opportunity to do that. So we, the board, we do have a building, an elementary building in the south that we're going to be building. So, it's just something for us to think about, because there's plenty of families that want to have this same service, but we're not servicing that, and also a partnership around that. And the reason I bring up that to the board is because maybe there's policy implications or things we need to think about that, but we have not thought through all those pieces. We only have the data for that right now that we're just not servicing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, and there are no public comment cards, we will return to comments from the board. I will enter into the queue one more time, and Dr. Narcisse, you can probably answer this question for me. What is, and we may have visited this before, but I've had some community questions in regards to it. What is the difference between our program and what's offered by the Head Start program in the city?
I can give you that, but Dr. Griffin is so much more articulate, so I'm always fearful not to say something wrong. Let me start off by saying this, and then Doc, you give the details. So remember that Head Start is not run by us, it's run by the mayor's office, even though I'd love for us to get that. Publicly, I say that. But secondly is there's the way that the federal dollars are spent is very different in that process. We would argue, is we've been talking with the mayor around partnering in that, which is something where hopefully we can have further discussions in that. I think President Lannis has been having that conversation. We'll talk to different board members to help support that. But so those are some of the differences of right now, and curriculum as well is a little bit different. Doc, you want to add anything else?
You said it perfectly, Dr. Narcisse. So it's the funding mechanism. So Head Start is federally funded. Most of our grants are state funded, and we did have some federal funding with ESSER, but mostly we are state funded. So when we're looking at the eligibility, and that's kind of the big thing, students who are eligible for Head Start reach over 200% of the federal poverty guidelines. A lot of our grants, you don't have to reach that high. Our LA Foreign grant in particular is more aligned to like the Head Start eligibility, but the rest of our grants don't necessarily have those eligibility guidelines. So it's about the funding mechanism. That's the difference between the programs. But all are required to have Tier 1 curriculum. All are required to have gold assessments. All are required to have their teachers class assessed. So as far as the assessment of the programs, they are identical.
So just to restate, Head Start supported by federal funding, and then our early learning programs are state funded.
Yes, ma'am.
Got you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain a vote, and this is on item 3.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 4, Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, Early Childhood, LA4. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, lead agency, and the following. A, South Baton Rouge Charter Academy in the amount of $223,200. B, Impact Charter School in the amount of $111,600. C, Just Us Child Care of Baton Rouge in the amount of $111,600. Alphabet D, Greater Bridge Academy Child Care in the amount of $111,600. E, God's Little Angels Child Care in the amount of $55,800. F, Little Dreamers Academy Child Care in the amount of $50,220 to expand early childhood seats, strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, preschool development grant, PDG, birth to 3, B3, seats, bridge funding. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Lanus and seconded by Mr. Lewis. Comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, we will.
Hold on.
Yes.
Sorry.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I just wanted to basically ask the same questions again. I'm sure the site selection and provider selection is the same. Could you speak to the sites and whether any work needs to be done or anything like that?
Fully right. The selection process is the same. It's the same coordinated funding request process. Right now, the sites that we have selected have been previous partners of ours in our diverse delivery program, so they don't need any materials. They are just going to roll over the current things that they have, so there are no improvements needed.
And how many years have we been offering early childhood at these sites?
So it's a range.
Sure.
So
sure.
One of our longest ones is at Impact Charter, and we have been offering this diverse delivery for 7 years. So this will be year 7. At South Baton Rouge Charter, we've been with them for 6 years. London Bridge at Westminster, we've worked with her as a diverse delivery partner for the last 3 years. But let me see. I'm sorry, that was the other funding source. Hold on. I'm just trying to make sure I get it for you. Okay. God's Little Angels has also been with us for 7 years as a diverse delivery partner. Greater Bridge Academy is the last 2 years. Just Us Child Care has been 7 years. And, Little Dreamers has been a diverse delivery partner with us for about 3 years. But all of these providers have been in our network for a long time since we've started.
So, and then in the memo that was provided backing up this in board docs, it says that there's 2 expected outcomes. One is to increase the number of children served. Obviously, it does that. Mm-hmm. And then 2 is increase annual ELA and math growth by 3 to 5% annually. How are we tracking that, and how have they been doing?
Yes. So that's a part of the strategic alignment. And so in early childhood, we also look at that literacy and math growth, just as we look at the other grades. So we're measuring that again through the Teaching Strategies Gold mechanism, which is the state selected mechanism that all early childhood networks have to use. And so we look at how many students are meeting and exceeding expectations at the beginning and at the end, and that's how we determine how we're doing. How we're doing is really well. Our students have been achieving between 89 to 94% meeting and exceeding expectations over the last few years.
So we'll be able to sustain 3 to 5% annual growth if
Yes,
we're
sir.
already like near that
Yes.
top of which is great. I mean, that's great, but
It's tough. So what we have to do is really look at the level that they're on. So we're digging deep. And so not only are we looking at if they're meeting and exceeding expectations, so meeting and exceeding together is tough. But when we're looking at what the predestined meet expectation is what we're looking at, and that's how we're measuring that growth. So when I say meeting and exceeding, I'm adding 2 categories together, but we're really looking at that meeting, and we are reaching the 3 to 5% growth.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis.
The teachers who are providing these services, are they certified, or, I mean, what?
Yes, sir. So they have to be certified as an ancillary teacher, which is the early childhood certification. As long as they're not teaching in an actual public school, they don't have to have a bachelor's degree, but they have to have an early childhood ancillary certificate, which means that they have taken some type of classes towards early childhood certification, or they have an associate's degree. Some of them may have a degree in something other than education. As long as you have a bachelor's degree, you could get that early childhood ancillary certificate, but there are certification measures, and they have to do 12 hours of continuing clock hours every year, just like our school system.
Okay, now my next question was, do we provide professional development?
Yes, sir.
In these tied up in these dollars?
We do, yes, sir. So we have a coaching staff at EC, at our early childhood office. We have 4 coaches that's dedicated to our 400 teachers that are in our child care, Head Start, early Head Start, and then we have 4 coaches that are dedicated to our EBR schools.
Are we losing any of those coaches?
Not this year, sir. We have done a great job of using our grant funding, and that's why we write all of the different grants to ensure that we keep our staffing, and it's been working for us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments in the queue. And no comments from the public. Back to comments from the board. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 5, healthcare and ancillary benefits plans. Consideration of a request for the approval authorization of the following. Alphabet A, proposed 2024 healthcare rates for active employees, non-Medicare, and Medicare-eligible retirees participating in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana administered medical plans for Core, Buy-Up, and Community Blue. Alphabet B, proposed $0 primary care physician PCP copay incentive added for active, non-Medicare, and Medicare-eligible retirees participating in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana administered medical plans for Core, Buy-Up, and Community Blue effective October 1st, 2023. Estimated 90-day implementation after board approval by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana. Alphabet C, authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the 2023 contract for top loss insurance coverage. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Mr. Lanus and seconded by Mr. Gode. Comments, Dr. Narcisse. Okay, Mr. Lanus.
I'll just say, when was it? I want to say about 3-4 years ago, we passed a motion that would have transferred a lot of the responsibility of taking care of medical copay to our employees. This item right here now frees that up, and it allows us to offer to them medical services where they no longer have to pay for a copay. I think this is groundbreaking, especially when we're talking about money tonight, when we're talking about salaries tonight, and also how it affects our budget. So I just want to say this is a move in a great direction, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
I just wanted to, and I'll let Mr. Crochet and the team come up,
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah. So I'll let them go explain, but I do want to just let the board know, a part of the board's charge was not only that we're, working to keep our employees, but this also helps us to take care of our employees. I tell folks it's not only just salary, but when you're also taking care of the benefits piece, this is huge. I recall talking to a couple of teachers. I'll give you an example of one teacher, I get in the name, but who had 5 kids. And they talked to me about how much they pay in copay for each child, right? And so now this will provide a service where they don't have to worry about that. And I think this is a part of the work where we're not only helping them, but making sure that they choose us, because Mr. Crochet will also let us know how many districts we think are actually happening across the state of Louisiana. But we're doing something that's really tremendous. I also think there'll be opportunities to where we can figure out ways that we can also save dollars also, hopefully in this process too. But I'll let Mr. Crochet go from there.
Good evening. We have our Gallagher representative, Kim Briard, and she has a brief presentation she's going to make to the board about our 2024 benefits. And so we have nothing but good news to share tonight. So great.
Well, good evening. Thank y'all for your time this evening. My name is Kim Brier. I'm a consultant with Gallagher Benefits. I think first and foremost, today we just wanted to introduce ourselves to the new board, provide you kind of a recap of 2023 and some things that we accomplished last year. We're fairly new to consulting with East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. A full RFP was conducted back in 2021, and we were awarded the consulting job for January 1st of 22. So this will be kind of our second year. The first year, I think we accomplished a lot of things. There were several changes that were implemented, and we just kind of wanted to cover that. Also talk about the proposed changes for 2024. You can go to the next slide. I'm a representative here, but we wrap ourselves around with a team. We have Samantha Lane here. She's a client executive on the service side. Eric Pearson, he's also a senior area vice president. It takes, a lot of team members to support your account, and we strive every day to keep up with the trends that are out there. To Dr. Narcise's point, this innovative idea on the $0 copay is very innovative, and not many school districts are doing it so far. So we think it's a great way to block any barriers of care, any social determinants of health, to make sure that your employees are taken care of and their families.
Can I add one more thing too? Yeah. We are trying to move, and I want to give credit and help to the innovative thinking from the Baton Rouge General folks who helped me kind of think through some of this as well. But our goal has been to try to get our employees to think about maintenance of health versus where it's going to the doctors whenever I'm sick. I think there's a totally different strategy around that. And so that can help us to keep teachers, staff, bus operators to stay on staff, and that also helps reduce attendance issues and all these other issues. And so it's something that we're trying to move our employees towards in terms of maintenance. Many of the companies in Baton Rouge or even the hospitals are already in that process, and so we're trying to move our employees into that space.
So if we just pull up the next slide. So just as a quick recap, being new to working with the school board and the administration, we wanted to just, completely look at things, with a blank canvas, right? We went out to RFP and marketing on pretty much every line of coverage that touches an employee, any benefit level that would touch an employee. Some of our main accomplishments in 2023, the first one was under the pharmacy side. We conducted a full RFP with various number of PBMs, which is your pharmacy benefit manager. Today it's Express Scripts. And through that procurement process, we were actually able to retain Express Scripts as your current vendor, but through that negotiate, a better contract with better rates and better rebates. In addition to that, we implemented an alternative funding program for specialty medications. The impact to the school board was about $4.5 million in annual savings over a 3-year period. The impact to the members by doing that is there are many specialty medications today that they were taken that they were paying a copay or a cost share. Through the alternative funding program, they were able to get these prescription drugs at no cost to them and eliminate the cost within the school board's program. So that was implemented in January. We're continuing to monitor that. We're continue to see the savings in that program and more adoption. So every month, I think, it's gaining more traction and people are taking more advantage of it. The second item was the Medicare Advantage plan for your retirees. Through, again, an RFP process and evaluating many carriers and vendors, we actually moved that population from Humana to United Healthcare. One of the other things that we accomplished was that with the Humana plan, there were 2 plans. There was a PPO and an HMO. We were able to eliminate the HMO because United Healthcare was able to support a network nationwide. So there was no longer need for that narrow network in Louisiana. The savings under that program was $5.5 million for 3 years. the members that were participating, if those of you that, you know, are retirees here, anybody that participated in the PPO actually had to buy up to get that program. The HMO was subsidized by the school board. So there was actually an impact savings to members of $2.5 million. And then one enhancement to the drug formulary. There was a $50 deductible that was on the plan, and that's been eliminated. So again, you know, a great benefit that impacted the school board and its retiree population. The last two items were just under your voluntary lines of coverage. You know, dental and vision was currently with Always Care. That was moved to MetLife as your carrier. They actually held the rates, but we were able to avoid an 11% increase to the dental premium. So some savings there by going to market. And then your life, disability, critical illness, accident, and hospital. There was a move there from Lincoln to MetLife and also to AFLAC. Roughly about $175,000 in annual savings and no change to the benefits and rates. So that brings us to 2024 and our plan changes and recommendations. You know, we worked with administration and, you know, a lot of the conversations are around recruitment and retention of employees and able to keep the benefits, you know, available to the employees at a very low cost. So the recommendation is to continue at Blue Cross Blue Shield Louisiana with no increase to the premiums. You know, every year medical trend goes up. So obviously, you know, there is a trend increase to your health plan. That's projected at about an 8.7% increase to budget. However, with the previous work that we've done and the savings that were accomplished last year and the multi-year contracts that we were able to gain, we're actually able to offset that 8.7% increase by the savings, so there will be no impact to the members, the teachers, with any increase there. Under the $0 copay plan, I know we spoke about this. We actually can implement that within 90 days. We've been working this year, you know, on a time period to do that. There really isn't any reason to wait until January 1st, so we can, you know, hit the ground running and implement that at any time. So we're proposing that that gets implemented for November 1st. Again, Blue Cross is going to require about a 90-day implementation to get that benefit updated. There is an impact to EBR. It's about $590,000 annually, you know, by eliminating that, you know, copay that the member would pay. We're just using it for primary care services only, and it does apply to every provider as of right now. So, you know, the $590, you know, represents about less than 1% of your total spend in your total health plan, and so we feel like it's a valuable item to give back to the employees to attract, retain, and again, you know, make sure that they you know, get the quality of care that they need and avoid the big catastrophic illness on the back end. The following products are renewing without any changes. Your pharmacy is administered by Express Scripts. The Medicare Advantage plan does not have any kind of rate impact to it for your retirees. That's going to continue with United Healthcare. Dental and vision is administered by MetLife, again, with no changes to any rates there. And then your life insurance, disability, critical illness is administered by AFLAC with no changes to those rates. I guess the only thing I'll mention on here, I know we went through, you know, the plan design changes to approve. The stop loss premium is something that we aren't able to negotiate and shore up. We're too far out from a January 1st effective date to be able to secure that right now. That work's done later in the fourth quarter. And so this is just authorizing the superintendent to negotiate and execute that stop loss contract later in the year.
Thank you. Dr. Narcisse, did you have anything to add in regards to that? Okay. All right, thank you so much. Mr. Lanus?
I went already.
Okay. Mr. Gode?
Yes, I just wanted to thank staff and Gallagher. We went out for an RFP a couple of years ago. Not that our former people were doing necessarily a bad job, but I think they'd had the contract for 20 years or something like that. So it just goes to highlight again that sometimes it's good to relook at things and bring fresh blood and fresh ideas into it. Also, for the new members who may not be totally up to speed on all of these things, the stop-loss contract, what that is we're self-insured, so we pay all of the bills that people get. And we collect premiums from them and put some of our general fund money to it. But the stop loss, if there's some catastrophic things that happen, like if we had 8 people who ended up with each one $1 million cancer type thing or something like that, the stop loss contract is something that we pay up to a certain amount, and then the stop loss picks it up after that. And I don't know if I have all the terms exactly right, but we're self-insured, but it's kind of like a reinsurance on top of us that if it goes too far, someone else picks it up. So it protects us from catastrophic incidents that might come into bat. So I know some of you might not have been up to speed on that. I just wanted to make sure you understood what that is.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue as well. My question, I guess, to our staff and Dr. Narcisse is this already accounted for? Like I saw that there's an impact that will be had on the district. Is that already accounted for in our proposed budget?
Yes, it's included in all the budgets, and the health plan runs on a calendar year, which is different from the fiscal year, so it's kind of a little different, but it is built into each scenario.
Okay. So now that you've answered that question, here's my next comment. Just as you mentioned, Dr. Narcisse, that's one of the principles or the items that I look for, or that I've looked for, you all, I'm sorry. As a single parent, I'm no longer that.
That's right.
But as a single parent, I've looked for the insurance benefits that were going to be the most helpful to me raising my son. And, that's also something that brings value to any staff member, what those benefits are going to look like aside from just salary. So I'm super excited about this as well, to see that our district is accepting these types of measures. So thank you.
Yes, and I would like to make one comment. Dr. Narcisse talked about a little bit. The Gallagher did a benchmarking with surrounding districts, and there are no other districts that are doing the zero copayment. So this will be a first for the competitors for recruiting and retainment of employees. So
We just want to make sure teachers hear that.
Right. Thank you. Coach Lewis.
Just one quick question. Community Blue. I went to the doctor's last week, just a simple doctor's visit. Told me I had $1,000 out-of-pocket costs.
yes, it's that plan has a $1,000 deductible. That is correct. But unless it's subject to copayment, it depends on what kind of service it was. I guess it was something subject to deductible.
I mean, she told me I had over $900 I still had to pay to meet the deductible. And I guess it's my fault for just not, investigating enough, but $1,000 copay, out of pocket.
Yeah, we have.
Will that go away with this new plan if people still have Community Blue?
No, sir. The only thing that will go away, is the primary care physician copayment. So, in other words, for Community Blue, I think it was probably $30 to go see your primary care doctor, and so that'll be zero. But the deductible will remain. Yes.
They're going away, as far as I'm concerned.
Understood.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
As I was up, just had a couple questions about some of the proposed providers. The Express Scripts, I understand, as a provider, it's a mail order pharmacy, right? But they're also acting as a pharmacy benefit manager. So can you explain what that means to someone that has a policy? When you're going to get medicine, what does that look like?
Yeah, so part of your medical plan is two parts. It's the medical part, which is through Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana, and then your pharmacy part is actually through Express Scripts. And so they are the pharmacy benefit manager. They actually handle your processing of your retail medications in addition to your mail order medications. The only other layer that we have is we have a vendor called Payer Matrix, and they are in charge of our specialty medications. So those really high dollar, usually they represent, 2 to 3% of utilization within your plan, but they're really expensive medications. So you have a couple different players there, but they completely manage the pharmacy side.
Okay, so they're not the sole provider of medications to our employees. They're managing the benefits. So if you're going to Walgreens to get a prescription filled, they're managing how that gets filled, how it gets paid, et cetera. You're not having to go through that provider explicitly, but then you have the option, right, to get mail order pharmacy if it's at a lower cost to the employee. Am I understanding that right?
Yes.
Okay, great. That answered my question. The other question I have just had to do with like network. The plans that we would continue, are there any changes to like what the network is based on these three different plans? Like are employees restricted to certain providers in different plans, or are there any changes to providers that are considered a network in these plans?
So today there's currently 3 plans. So each plan that's available, so we spoke about the Community Blue plan, that has a specific network of providers that are considered in-network providers. There's also a PPO option as well, which is a larger Blue Cross network, and then an HMO option, which is basically a Louisiana Blue Cross network. So each plan does have a different list of providers that participate. We don't anticipate large changes in the network, but every year Blue Cross does renegotiate with their provider population. So there could be changes. Usually those large changes, there's notification that comes out letting you know that there is a change, but we didn't make any changes. Those plans and networks are staying the same.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. Just comment on the item as a whole. I think this brings a good value to our employees. As a parent of 2 kids, I can't tell you guys how many times I'm at the doctor with my kids, and I have a plan that has a very high deductible, $1,000. You should see mine. But if you're an employee, especially a teacher, who God knows they don't make enough, having to decide to bring your kid to the doctor when they're sick, or decide, well, are they really sick? Maybe we'll wait it out a day and see. Like, that sounds terrible, but parents have to make those decisions because they're financial decisions. Sometimes about putting gas in the car, bringing your kid to the doctor. And so the ability to bring your children or bring yourself or your spouse and go to the doctor annually before you need it, or when you think you might be sick, can play a really big benefit to families. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Vice President Powell. I too want to commend the superintendent and staff. I think this is tremendously innovative, the direction we're moving in. Very excited to see this and hope to see even more progress with more savings at less expense to our employees. I spent many years working with the LSU First self-insured health plan, working with the Gallagher team, much of the same Gallagher team. They're really, really good. You've got to be very intentional in how you design all of these things. There are a lot of issues: formularies, drugs, locations, which pharmacies are participating in the Express Scripts network, all of those things. A lot of details to stay on top of. But I think the important strategic thing is, which you mentioned, Vice President Powell, is this is, when we're very constrained with salaries and what we can provide, when we can provide significant improvements and good benefits to use as a recruitment and retention tool for the best teachers and staff we can hope to attract. I think you can't underestimate the importance of the health plan in that. So I love the direction that we're going in, the zero copay, even with a large deductible, but there's, always options that you can choose. So I appreciate very much all the hard work that went into this, and I think we've got a great team with Gallagher. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed into public comment, it is 8:49, and Mr. Shamlin, how shall we proceed forward?
We need to entertain a motion to extend the meeting for 30 minutes.
Okay. Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Gode. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Martin, that we extend our meeting.
So,
Lanus? Well, he raised his hand and you
Oh,
said
sorry.
second.
I didn't know he raised his hand. I apologize.
Okay, so we have 2 seconds.
Board comment and then public comment and back to the board.
Okay, board comment in regards to the extension for 30 minutes. Okay, public comment in regards to the extension for 30 minutes. Okay, board comment in regards to the extension for 30 minutes. Entertaining a vote. Sure.
District 1, Mr. Blue?
I guess. Yes.
District 2, President Lannis?
Oh, gosh. I guess so, too.
District 3, Vice President Powell?
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart?
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ?
Yes.
District 7,
Yes.
Mr. Gode? District 8, Ms. Kennison? Was that a yes? District 9, Mr. Martin?
Let's roll, yes.
Motion carries.
One day, Mr. Lanus is going to have some long meetings like this. Okay. All right, on to public comment on, and this is item 5.
The clock is starting on the 30-minute thing. We really approved to go to 9:30. 9:30. Okay.
Yes, so we'll have 10 additional minutes, I guess, after this. Okay. All right, Mr. Paul Douglas.
All well said. I'll use my
Okay, well, thank you. All right, so that was the only public comment. Board comments in regards to item C5, still on healthcare and ancillary benefits plans. Okay. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 6, alternative schools, consideration of a request to approve the following modifications to the alternative education program. A, close EBR Readiness Middle School at Beechwood campus. B, expand the EBR Readiness Elementary School grade configuration from K5 to K7. C, expand the EBR Readiness High School grade configuration from grades 9 through 12 to 8 through 12. Strategic alignment, student achievement. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Ms. Stewart. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Mr. Ballou. Board comments, Mr. Lanus.
Thank you. Mr. James and Mr. Brickhouse. Is it Dr. James or Mr. James? Okay, I like to be very, very cautious around that. I just wanted to know if you can give the board as well as the community some explanation as to why we're doing the configurations this way. I know there have been some discussions around the blending of some of the grade configurations, so I just wanted you to offer it to the floor.
Yeah, so the main reason is that we had a couple of concerns, which kind of revolved around 2 specific areas. One in the area of transportation, and then the other in the area of staffing. With transportation, the middle school alternative program in Baker was an extremely long ride for any student, particularly those students on the southern end of the county. So those students in the southeast region, Highland South, Mid-City, and Broadmoor-Sherwood, they had a very, very long ride to go all the way up to Baker every day. In addition, we love our scholars, but because the ride was so long, sometimes our scholars were not always on their best behavior, which of course created other issues in terms of transportation and safety, and from that perspective. The other piece was that bus times, because we were always constantly adding a student. Every time you added a student, you had to change the entire bus route. So the bus routes were very fluid, so they were constantly changing. Some students had to actually get up, actually catch the bus at 5 a.m. in the morning. So therefore, they got up very early, long day, and so it was a problem for many of our students in terms of getting there on a consistent basis. The other issue is just looking at from a staffing perspective. We have a lot of our teachers, many of the positions in the alternative programming were vacant. Sometimes we had a lot of long-term subs that we had to deal with in terms of trying to ensure that students, particularly with core classes. And in addition, trying to find elective teachers for our alternative program was almost like sometimes trying to find a needle in a haystack. So it was very difficult in regular comprehensive programming to find these teachers, but even more so in alternative programming. The other issue is that we also added an additional site. Due to last year's issue, we had to open an additional alternative site. So the Rosenwald site was open. And so because of that, that added an additional number of teachers that went to our portfolio. So all of those things were part of the reason why we went to look at trying to make some adjustments, trying to ensure that, number one, if we close the site, that we can ensure that all of the teachers, that not all the teachers, but students were able to have a fully staffed program. With the other additional sites that we had included or kept the middle school site, it would have been almost nearly impossible to be able to staff fully all of those different sites. So right now, based on what we have, we will have of course, the Greenwood site, which will be a K-7 site. We will also have the
Chief Brickhouse, could we put that slide deck up?
Sure.
I don't know if we already have it. Just pull up so the board can see in the public. There's a recommendation and also the slide deck so they can see which schools were.
Okay. And as they're pulling the slides, I'll just make one quick comment. Now, I understand, and from my understanding, this is more of a consolidation, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I will say this. I have always been a proponent of this. I am not thrilled about the buildings that we're putting those students in. I understand we need to make changes. I know that this is going to be an ongoing process, and I do commend the team for everything they put into this. But the buildings that I have saw that we're putting our most vulnerable students in, not happy about it at all. This is the reason why we initially moved that Banks Elementary site and moved those students over to the Brookstown site. Now, this predated you, so you all weren't here when that happened. But I'm just saying. Banks Elementary. That was the old site for the high school, now if I'm not mistaken. But that's where those kids went. And if you ever saw that site, it is atrocious. It is terrible. And I'm just saying that if we're setting our students up for success, they have to see that every day. Mm-hmm. The building has to look up to speed as to what we want from them. If we want them to improve, we have to also improve our side. But I do commend the team for the changes that you have made since the incident happened and occurred. Thank you.
President Lance, can I just add something? Because we knew that was a question. We anticipated that was a question that was going to be asked. So Ms. Spalding and Mr. Morales, can you just maybe share a little bit, because we have made some shifts as we're looking at the transition then?
Thank you, Dr. Narcisse, for the opportunity to speak about facilities. Mr. Morales is our Chief of Physical Plant Services, so he's going to give you the details. But we are aware that there are some challenges at those sites, and we're working to make sure that we can rectify those issues.
Good afternoon. So at the Greenville campus, we're doing some work to those wings that will now be occupied, because obviously they hadn't been occupied in a while. There's some classrooms that is currently occupied that are in a little better shape, but not much better. But we're doing some painting to some windows and some flooring repairs. There's some siding, or I say siding, some canopy covers that has some flaking paint that we're taking care of, because it could be lead-based paint. So getting it encapsulated, that kind of stuff. Some asbestos abatement, trying to do some updates to the front office area, and trying to make it a better and more presentable and secure location for our kids that are there. And then also at the Greenville location, because you'll have two different age groups there, is those kids, those older group kids can go in a separate wing that's further down on the campus, and then you can have a barrier in between where the current elementary kids are at, and then the other side of the campus.
If you had to put a number on what you think it would cost to get those campuses like that up to speed, what could you throw? And you just give it a ballpark. I know that this is just a rough guesstimate, but I'm just asking this question because while we're having budget conversations and we're talking about what's best for the needs of our students, I think this is a part of that conversation.
Yes. So to do some of the minor stuff that we're doing, you know, you're looking at under $250,000 to do some painting and stuff, and that's minor renovations, put up some barriers and that kind of stuff. If you want to fully renovate one of those campuses, especially like Greenville, like a full-on renovation, then it'd be much more. And we have some money allocated in our general fund for our physical plant that we can use to put towards updating, doing some of these renovations.
Can we just explore that later down the line? I would love to continue this conversation. I know now's not the time, but can we explore that further down the line? I would like to keep this conversation going.
Explore further renovations?
Well, what does it look like? How much will it cost to give us an exact number so the board can make some in-depth decisions around something like that?
So maybe we could bring back to President Lance an estimate for each of the buildings so you could be aware. And then we could also show you where the existing funds that have been approved by the board, where we're going to spend that for those minor renovations. And then if the bigger ones, we'll bring that up.
Thank you.
No problem.
So we'll do that.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation? Okay. All right. Mr. Lewis.
Yes, sir.
My mic. Okay. Testing. No. We were supposed to have a conversation a couple weeks ago, and I went on vacation, and I think you went on vacation. I don't know.
No, I haven't gone on vacation.
You haven't? Oh, okay. I thought you were on vacation last week, too. No, but seriously, the alternative schools has been, you know, I've asked questions about the alternative schools from this chair probably 3 or 4 times. And I understand brick and mortar and how it should look. President Lannis, these kids are there for a plethora of reasons.
Right.
Okay? But the thing that concerns me more than the brick and mortar is in your second row of bullet points. It says provide a rational and scalable response to the district's crisis in alternative education. You're not going to solve the crisis in alternative education with brick and mortar.
Well,
I'm more concerned about what's happening once they get inside.
So
we need social workers. We need so many other things going on with our alternative education.
Well, just so that you know, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to put the slides up of all of the different programs. This is not just a mirror of just switching grades. We also are trying to provide comprehensive wraparound services for our students as well. And so when at the board meeting next month, we'll come with the MOUs with the different agencies and places that we're trying to help to provide these wraparound services that would include some working around with mental health services, social services, juvenile detention, juvenile services, a plethora of services that we're trying to provide. We know that in order to really truly improve the outcome for our students that are in alternative ed, you can't just change grade configuration and say, oh, wow, we made a difference. We also have to provide some services and supports to those students. And so we're trying to make sure that as we change and try to accommodate all of our students, ensure that we're able to accommodate and meet all of their needs, that we also are providing those additional wraparound supports, which we did a little bit this year, but we want to really truly provide truly comprehensive support for our students from that perspective.
Can I add one concrete piece? So one of the things that is different from a staffing model standpoint for alternative schools, they're not staffed the same way as the traditional schools are. So what we can show you, Board Member Lewis and the rest of the board, is what their staffing looks like. Because one of the comments we got from the public when some of the incidents were happening was how the schools were staffed. So not only they're spread out, but also look at, the amount of extra support structures. I mean, some of that, we're also going to be adding some extra, social workers and some of those pieces. I know that we're working very closely to Ms. Dupree over there, where we've already started working on some partnerships to bring some additional resources to that. But we can show you the difference of last year's staffing and this year's staffing, that you can see the difference, even though we're also reallocating them in different buildings.
So the wraparound services will be from in the areas of youth development, mental health, juvenile supports, health services, and social services. So those are the wraparound services that we're proposing to provide for the students. And next board meeting, we'll be able to provide you the specific MOUs for those particular, bring those to you for your review.
Okay, because these children are our most vulnerable students. Across the board, they're the most vulnerable students that we have in this district. And with that being said, President Lannis, you can help me with the wording. If we move this without recommendation and come back and talk about it again, because I've had several conversations with alternative school principals, teachers, and they really feel unsupported. Now, maybe some of that may change next year.
Well, I think that part of the reason we were just, when I say we were part of the changing was to support the programming, we had a lot of programs that were spread out, which is one of the reasons why we're trying to consolidate some of the programming so that we can ensure that we'll be able to provide additional supports. We've already worked with security so that we can ensure, of course, that there will be SRO on campus to support from a safety and security perspective. Also, when we're looking at the alternative sites, we are, for example, with the Greenwood site, we're going to have, that will be a short-term suspension site for our elementary students. There'll be a long-term suspension site for our elementary students, but also an expulsion site. But in addition, it also will also house our SOAR program, which is the overage programming for our students in grades 3 through 5. All of that programming will be in the Greenwood Center, which is one of the reasons why we moved that one up to K through 7. The other piece of it is, of course, EBR Readiness High School, Brookstown will still be a long-term suspension site and an expulsion site, but we also will be able to add the additional support of having an additional site, which will be the Rosenwald site, which will be also a 6 through 12 site. Now, you may ask, why do we need another site? Well, we have significant issues, particularly if we have issues with involving groups of students. Now we have a place where we can actually separate the students, and so that we won't have any additional conflict. Before we only had one alternative site. Right. So if you got in a group fight, all of you went to the same site. Doesn't make much sense.
No, it
so
doesn't.
Based on that,
which was a cause of what happened.
Right. So based on that, one of the reasons why we opened an additional site is so that we can kind of spread some of the issues that we may have, and also provide more safe and make sure that we're providing more safe and secure environment for our staff members. The other thing is with the Northdale Academy. One of the things we wanted to bring to focus on that is that that's going to be our overage and undercredited process. That's going to be 6 through 12. In addition, we're also going to be focusing, it's going to also contain a ESL Academy. We just talked about the increase in the number of students that are ESL students in the district. Well, part of the problem with the increase is that many times the students don't gain the language and don't become proficient in that. Eventually, particularly if they come in at an older age, they end up dropping out. Part of the programming we're going to do is try to address that issue and deal with a specific programming to support those students from that perspective. And so we worked with Mr. Rico to try to provide that support, and we're working together to develop a stronger support for those particular students. And so the ESL Academy will take place at Northdale. And so the other part of the Arlington Academy will, of course, will continue with the exceptional education services. And of course, we're also going to be providing programming for the students from the Ryan Detention Center. And I will want to make a special caveat. We did have our first graduate this past school year from the detention center. So I want everyone to make sure that we really understand that was very significant. We have never had a student to be able to graduate. We had a graduation ceremony at the detention center, and so we want to make sure that we continue to inspire students for success.
And another concern that has been expressed to me.
Coach,
I can't, Mr. Brickhouse using up all my time.
I'm sorry.
look, you got
Mr.
somebody over here saying you took up 5 minutes.
It's in red, Coach. I mean, you
And y'all picking on me.
We will definitely come back to you.
But still, I'd still like to make the motion that we take this without a substitute motion, that we bring this back.
Who's the maker? Oh, you have to go to the maker.
Am I?
Is it to move without recommendation?
To move without recommendation. So Mr. Brickhouse won't use up all my time in 2 weeks, and we can continue the conversation.
So is there a second?
Okay, so it has been moved by Coach Lewis that this item be sent to the full board without recommendation. Is there a second?
Who had the original motion?
Ms. Stewart?
And I was second.
Yes.
I'm okay with.
So you mean you just want to move it and just?
To the regular though, so that'd be, we'll address it
Okay,
in
yeah,
2
we
weeks.
can.
Okay, thank you.
You will. But I still want to comment.
It's gonna come back to you anyway.
Okay, so considering such, we will continue with board comment. And I think I have entered into the queue next. Okay, my question is in regards to the buildings. So just as Mr. Lanus has mentioned before in regards to Banks Elementary, and I know that Ms. Scott Spalding and I have had many conversations about Banks Elementary and about it being a vacant site right now with some deplorable conditions. My question is the same for Beechwood as well. With Beechwood being closed, how will we secure that site? We know that that is in the heart of a neighborhood, and I sure hope that it does not become a safety issue as what we're experiencing right now with Banks Elementary.
Yes, Ms. Spalding, Mr. Morales, you guys come up.
So good evening again. So Beechwood, yes, definitely a concern of ours. And so we looked at it today, and what I would propose is to put some fencing up at that site, even though we don't have kids there, to keep people from going in and busting windows like they do at Banks and the other vacant buildings that we have, and try to secure it as best as we can. Also work with safety and security and see, can we get any extra patrolling or anything out there, which, I mean, you can't be there 24/7, so you're not going to stop people, but we're going to have to consider doing something to board it up and keep people from busting those windows and then us having to go back and constantly.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say about the fencing as well, because Banks has fences up also, but they're still able to get in and intrude and break windows and open doors and things like that, and have taken some items out of the school. So with that in mind, I sure hope that we will, keep that a safe haven as well by boarding up as well as putting some fences up. Thank you. Yep. My next question is for Mr. Brickhouse. In regards to the staff of Beechwood, will they be placed in a different EBR readiness site? Or, I mean, I know I'm not trying
Yes,
to.
the part of, as we kind of try to consolidate, they'll be placed in additional alternative sites, which will allow us to ensure that everybody is the schools are fully staffed for the upcoming year.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, ma'am. Got 2 questions, one of which I really don't want the answer to, but I do. But first, what's the? I know that many of our students who wind up needing to be in alternative schools are there partly because they tend to be a little bit older than the other students in that grade level. So at these K through 7 site, what's the oldest age that we might have of a 7th grader that would be at that site, for example?
I think, well, the 7th graders will probably be somewhere about 14 years old on the end, because most of the overage group that we're really targeting are the students in the programming for overage is third, fourth, and fifth graders. So those students who are currently in our third, fourth, and fifth graders who are overage, that is another targeted group. But as far as the normal seventh grade age, is the oldest probably would be 14, give or take.
But that site, that Greenville site you talked about, that's the site you were saying can relatively easily be set up so that you've got the
So
older
one of the
kids
things
very separated from the
So one of the things that
kindergartners.
we did, particularly this year when we opened the Rosenwald site is 6 through 12, and so we separated in terms, like, for example, we have a bus for middle school students, and we have a bus for high school students. They don't ride the same bus to try to alleviate issues and concerns, and also they're separated as much as possible during the in the building as well. And with that particular site, I think Greenwood will be able to actually put them on a different wing, if I'm not mistaken, so that they could be separated and also continue with hopefully the same transportation piece.
Are they separated like during lunch periods and stuff like that?
Yeah, so the middle school would probably go at lunch early, and then elementary school will come next, and that kind of thing.
And this is a question I don't really want the answer to, but I do. How many, let's say K through 3 students do we have to send to an alternative school?
It's hard to give you a specific number because it varies just depending on the year, depending on what happens.
So at the Rosenwald last year was around 60 kids.
Come to the mic.
Go ahead.
So at the Rosenwald, my name is Jane Sylvie, coordinator for graduation excellence. So last year at the Rosenwald site, we had roughly 60 kids between 6 through 12. So again, like Mr. Brickhouse said, it just varies.
Between age 6 and 12.
I mean, not age 6 and 12, grades 6 through 12. And at the
little kids.
But K to 3 is
but K to 3, I can say
Whatever's easy.
We can get you the exact numbers, but I can tell you that was the smallest population that we had, the K3 population. Now, once we got past that, well, yes, but as it went, as we went up, it kind of increased, and also it depends on the time of year as well. You know that when we started at the beginning of the year, the numbers are substantially lower than when they are near the end of the year.
Well, sure. Yeah.
Can I add one other thing, Board Member Martin? We haven't explored this yet because we've had to deal with a lot of other stuff because we have a lot of work to do in the alternative space, is for the upper school for kids that are in 6 and 12, especially with overage, because it gets worse as they get older, is to move. We'd like to look at a competency-based approach schools for alternative schools for kids who get to a certain level. Because they're so far behind and they're so overage. Some of the systems I've experienced with alternative schools have gone down that road. We have not yet in our current approach. We have to figure out what that means to the state, the curriculum and those things, but that's something we are going to be exploring in the new year and bringing a plan to the board to think about, what are the, policy implications around that.
Okay, thank you. As I see it, this particular item, as I read this, is not about how we fundamentally change alternative education here, our approach. It's dealing with very practical problems and trying to save a little money while positioning ourselves for better success. But it's really a facilities and kind of allocation issue rather than solving all the problems. So I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I just wanted to say I've had the privilege to be presented with the presentation, the full presentation, as it relates to alternative schools. And because a bulk of these are in my district, and so I was concerned about what was going on and what was being set up. And so I want to say that I am pleased with what I was presented with. And just to kind of let some of my colleagues know that the presentation is really much more in depth than Mr. Rickhouse has presented. We do appreciate what you presented, but it has a lot much more to it that I was presented with in regards to diagrams and pictures of the actual locations as he speaks of Greenville, the Greenville location as far as the younger children being separated and buildings being in not in close proximity and things of that nature. Also to reiterate in regards to Northdale, and he spoke about the wraparound services and the collaborations. It's about 5 different entities that have agreed to come as long as we provide the space and with no additional costs to offer services. And those services extend from financial literacy, the detention center, social services, and a few more that I was really pleased with, because as I was told that the students can be at some of these, Northdale to use specifically, from 2 days to 2 years. And so as an older student that does not have to go to the alternative school, let me just say that, why would I want to go? Or what would make me want to be at that facility or stay at that facility? And so what is being placed at those facilities and offered is something to allow those children to see that they can still thrive and that they don't have to drop out. And so that was something that was a concern of mine, and I was pleased with that because it allows them to feel that there is something still existing for them outside of the traditional normal school that they once were in. And so I am in support of this, so I just wanted to make the short comments. But it is a lot much more that goes with this item. And so with that being said, I think if a presentation or if some persons or colleagues of mine are interested in more information, I recommend that they be shown or it be offered to you guys, because it's the consolidation part, like I said, on the campuses and the pictures that were shown to me, they are separated. So it's no commingling. Let me say that. It's no commingling. And I think the initial plan, not saying that it may not, use some tweaks, but the initial plan that was presented to me has some good foundational structure to it that can be worked upon. Thank you.
Okay. Before we go on to our next board comment, just a friendly reminder, it is 9:20. And then also the fact that we are, the comments should be towards, I guess, sending this item to the full board without recommendation. Is that the last motion that was?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Mr. Russ.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. In the backup presentation, under the relevant, I guess, strategic plan commitment and KPIs, we don't have any KPIs listed under any of the metrics of like where this falls in our strategic plan. Can you guys maybe explain how we're measuring the success of these programs, and do we have work to do to figure out what that measurement would be?
Well, so with the alternative schools are still judged just like our regular comprehensive schools. They have a different matrix in terms of determining their success, but they also get letter grades as well. And so I guess some of our parameters in terms of determining the success will be how they're doing in terms of their letter grade, how many students that were able to graduate, because they do have students that are able to graduate from Northdale, looking at the dropout rate, the suspension rate, how long students are staying in and making sure that they are completing their terms, or are they having to go to additional or having additional issues. And so just looking at that there are a couple of different benchmark of KPIs that we could talk about, but one mainly is achievement, suspensions, attendance, those types of things that we are utilizing to look at all of the other schools as well.
What we don't have, Board Member Russ, which we do need, is a KPI specifically for that school. So that's where I would say the board needs to be helping us think about that.
Yeah, wanted to point that out because it seems like an opportunity.
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now entertain public comments. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. First the mundane and then the main point that I drove over here for late in the evening. More data is always better. It should be automatic to the administration to provide all the data you might possibly want. If there is a relevant presentation, it should have been on board docs, not 2 days ago or 2 minutes ago, but when it was ready, or somewhere where people that are interested could look at it. When the Glen Oaks Middle Campus was, when you decided that you didn't want to send the kids from Banks there was a lot of talk of wraparound services when the kids got moved to the Brookstown Middle site and the middle school kids got kicked off that campus. And last time I drove past, you hadn't even bothered changing the sign yet. Anyway, my main point, you work for the public, the superintendent works for you. This is a really cynical attempt to ask for permission. The school's already closed, the people are already transferred, and now he wants you to bless it with your permission after the fact. That is unacceptable. You should have suspended him the first thing this appeared on the board agenda. It is absolutely intolerable to do things backwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we return to comments from the board. Okay. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote.
Yes.
It's a friendly amendment to send without recommendation.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So it is now 9:25. We are at item 7. And Mr. Shamlin, if you will provide recommendation of what we might need to do?
Well, not a recommendation, this is what would happen. So if
Thoughts, suggestions?
Forgive me, a little sick.
So
Demands.
any items the board does not consider tonight, per policy, would roll off automatically to the next COW, which would be 1 month from now. I do want to say that in the past, at least not the past, this board has also made motions to send items to special meetings. There is a special meeting, I believe, set for the 13th. There's a potential for someone to make a motion to do that, or soldier forward for the next 5 minutes to see how far you can get.
Mr. Shamlin,
Yes.
can we move all of them to the actual board meeting rather than the next COW?
You could.
Point of order?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
My recommendation would be, so we don't get so top heavy at the next meeting, I would say if we could move it to the special, I think that would make more sense because we would have more time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Point of order, Mr. Shamlin, could we also have a motion to suspend policy?
yes.
So we could suspend policy to go for another 15 or 20 minutes if we wanted to.
You could. And that requires a 2/3 vote.
I think everybody's a little tired tonight.
That requires a 2/3
Well,
vote.
it's
of the board.
just pushing it to other meetings. I mean.
I know.
I just wanted to make sure we knew that option.
I want to make a motion to move the remaining items to the special meeting on the 13th.
Okay.
Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart and seconded by Mr. Ballou that we will move items 7 through 10 to the special meeting on July 13th. Comments from the board, Mr. Lanus.
Yeah, I just want to use the remaining 3 minutes and so you all can see me before we leave. No, I'm kidding. Thank you.
He's so sick.
Okay, any other comments from the board? Okay, do I go through comments from the public? You wanted to make an announcement now?
Yeah, I can do it at the end.
Okay,
Very
The
quick.
public has to make its comment first.
okay, comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
I think it would have been much better to suspend the ridiculous policy that keeps hamstringing you. If the administration can't give you a clear agenda that can be dealt with in whatever arbitrary time limit you have, That's not the public's problem. There might be people that have waited for 5 or 6 hours now to talk on 7, 8, 9, or 10. So I'm going to use my last 30 seconds to ask a question about item 7, since I won't be here next week. And that is, think about in the next week why you would use ESSER 3 money to pay a consultant to support a different grant. Item 7 seems like a horrible idea that needs to be voted down whenever you get around to considering it in a week or month or year, whatever. Empower has already made plenty of money with questionable impact on the community as a whole. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, Mr. Martin.
I just want to briefly mention that the reason that we're running late is not because of any problem that you had in running the meeting, but because to allow full public comment on the budget, we spent about an hour that we should have been devoted to the committee of a whole discussing the budget instead. So I think the meeting's been very good, very smooth, and very timely. We just took an hour of your time slot for the budget, which we did to ensure that the public could have greater participation in the budget discussions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Martin. Mr. Lanus.
Couldn't have said that any better, School Board Member Martin. I agree with his sentiments.
Okay, in time to entertain a vote.
We're going to need to do a roll call.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
District 1, Mr. Blue?
Yes.
District
Yes.
2, President?
Yes.
Yes.
It's up to you, Cliff.
Let me see. Yeah.
Yes.
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 Motion carries.
Thank you. Dr. Narcisse.
Yeah, just one quick announcement. I will make this again in public. I will be putting a committee together to start looking at school start time. That'll be led by Vicki Silas, and a part of that, I'll be talking to board members about. We want to make it diverse recommendations about who in the community, parents, you name it, that are representative from each of the board members' area. And so just wanted to make that out loud to the public. So as we start to put that committee together, and then that committee will bring us a recommendation early in the year around school start time, hopefully around October, November, and present to us the options. So just wanted to share that with everyone.
Thank you. Okay, announcements. Accelerating Board Capacity Institute to be held July 16th through the 19th, 2023 at Harvard University. Some or all board members may attend. Regular meeting to be held on July 20th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. I know that this announcement is not on the list, but we have also added a special meeting on July 13th at 5 p.m. Is that correct? Okay, so there's also a special meeting added for July 13th at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom as well. Board workshop to be held on July 22nd, 2023 from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. at the Executive Center. Some or all board members may attend. There's a special meeting to be held on July 24th, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Committee of the Whole to be held on August 3rd, 2023 at 5 p.m. in the Central Office Boardroom. Mr. Gaudet?
I move we adjourn.
Have a good night, you all.
Thank you.